WSCF Vero Beach. Christian FM.
Sports presents Countdown to Kickoff. Brought to you by Cap's Pizza and Pub.
2, 1.
Get ready for Vero football. Christian FM Sports brings you the insights into the Fighting Indians with Matt Paris, Bobby Paris, Ronnie Self, Gary Paris. Now, the voice of the Fighting Indians, Paul Tipton.
2 challenges, 2 wins so far for your Fighting Indians. Harmony and Melbourne were up, and Vero Beach took care of business on the last couple of weekends. Now they face an even tougher opponent in the Osceola Cowboys. Winner of this contest moves on to the state semifinals. Hey, Vero Nation, joined by Matt Paris and Gary Paris, I'm Paul Tipton. Glad to have you here as we get set for tonight's contest. It is the Region 3 Finals, and it matches up the Kissimmee Osceola Cowboys, 9-3, taking on your Vero Beach Fighting Indians. It's the number 1 and number 2 seeds in Region 3 bracket here, and winner gets to move on to face the winner possibly of the Lake Minneola game next Friday night for what would be the Final Four or the state semifinal matches. Guys, as we get set for tonight's contest, one thing we know for sure, there's going to be a lot of talent on the field. We've got some of our own talent that'll be on the field. It's going to be a really special game. But let's go back a week, Gary, and talk about last week's game against Melbourne. It started out a hard-fought contest, but in the end, it was a little bit too much of Andrevius Jacobs and E.J. White.
Yeah, you know, as the game went on, and when Whiteley, the quarterback, got knocked out, Jake Whiteley got knocked out, E.J. White stepped in. Now, he had been doing certain roles as a quarterback. He would come in and do some running, very little passing, but he just did a lot of, short yardage running. But he came in. I was impressed with E.J. White as he went along. He was 6 of 8 in passing in the second half for 100 yards, 1 touchdown he threw, and it was a nice pass, you remember, to Vandrevius Jacobs.
It was, and it was his feet as well that really helped us secure the win. I believe he had something around 86 yards or so on the ground and with a couple of scores. So, Matt, you talked about with EJ as we started to see him a little bit through about the mid part of the season, play a little bit of quarterback in some short yardage situations. You said, this kid gets more reps. He's just going to get better and better. And that's what we've seen.
We certainly have. His athleticism is it's on show right now, and we see that. We can see him throw. If you remember, there was a throw. Now, he didn't complete the pass, but he was trying to hit Justin Woolard on a backside, basically a post coming all the way around. You can't coach this. The young man he sprints right a little bit, plants his foot, and throws the ball 50 yards in the air. Now, Justin's feet got tangled up, okay? So 2 things I saw there. One is the arm strength was, for a freshman, was outstanding. But his ability to plant his foot and throw. A lot of guys have to plant, get their momentum going forward, and then try to chuck the ball. No, he planted. He let loose, spiral, he spins it well, and that right there, that bodes well for Vero. But also the fact that Coach Jankowski is now allowing him to run more of the offense as he feels comfortable, because remember, he hasn't been playing offense. He's been playing a lot of defense and has occasionally come in as a wide receiver. But now as he's had the reps, you're seeing that offense open up a little bit more for him.
And again, Paul, he played havoc with on their defense last week. They couldn't figure out how to cover him. His athleticism was unbelievable. Melbourne really thought they would play well against Vero Beach. What they didn't factor in is the EJ factor, and when he got into the ball game, his ability to avoid tackles, his ability to run, and then to throw those short passes, and like you said, some of these long passes. Man, he was a phenomenal athlete at second half out there you look at it and you went, wow, he's only a freshman too. He's just learning, as Matt has talked about. It was really neat to see it, and he played, again, it caused a lot of Melbourne having to try to make adjustments they weren't aware of or they had not prepared for.
Yeah, they were trying to make adjustments. They didn't, and in the end, Vero Beach comes out on top 26-7 over Melbourne and advances to this third round, the region final against Kissimmee. Gary, we can't fall short just talking about the offense. We got to talk about that defense, who played lights out as well. Had a couple deflected passes, created some takeaways. It gives Vero Beach offense some extra possessions.
Well, you give up 7 points, okay? You're saying to yourself, my goodness, you got a great defense. And this defense has been that way all season. It's not just one game. They play hard. They attack. They get to the ball as well as any team I've seen at Vero in a long time. They attack. They get after it. I'll tell you what, Keyshawn Campbell spent half the night in the backfield of Melbourne just disturbing. He got that extra penetration in the backfield, disrupted the game, the running game or the passing game, forced the quarterbacks to try to roll out. When you got a guy moving on his feet and he doesn't like it, he feels that pressure, that's an advantage for defense. Kevin Pollock in the blitzing, he came from different angles. Then you always had Bucky Rojas just cleaning everything up and anything that came out. But also, you know what? You got to give Anderson, Xbox, what a game he had from a defensive back coming up on run support. He reacts so quick, guys. He's so fast to get up there. Only about 150 pounds, 160 pounds. And he plays the game like he's a linebacker, and he's just a defensive back that's 5'10", 160 pounds.
Matt, you've had a chance to play. You've played safety, and talk about the fact that when you play against a team that is going to be run heavy. Sometimes that can lure, your safeties or your secondary can lure up in a little bit, and then that's when all of a sudden they can catch you sleeping and get a receiver past you. It's not easy because your eyes are telling you one thing, and you're trying to react to what you see, and then all of a sudden you realize, oh, my goodness, somebody got by me.
And that's just being disciplined. Yeah. And that's, I think, Bill Motta's defense right now. So what they'll do with our safeties, whether it's Cam Perez, whether it's Elijah Anderson, whoever's in there, it's just being disciplined so that if you see them run, it's your key. I'm going to come down hard as a safety because I know that I don't have to worry about anyone over top because that backside safety, he's going to flip over and he's going to cover that. And so I think with Bill Mott and his defense, that is the key to this. And you know what? It's reminiscent of the Little Indians. Mm-hmm. All right, remember the Little Rascals? I said the Little Rascals, the right. 81 Indians. We don't have any 5-star guys out here.
No,
all right?
We don't.
We don't have any 4-star guys. We might not have any 3-star guys out here, but you got 11
on defense.
On defense. Yeah. Offense, we do on defense. But you got 11 guys that are giving everything they have, and when you got 11 guys committed and staying disciplined and flying to the ball, that's what makes our defense so special. So we might not have those superstars, if you say, but we got a lot of guys down there that we will say they're superstars.
Prime example, look at Antoine Montgomery, a sophomore. You have Kez Brown, a senior, but he's playing some of the best football in his life right now, and he's doing a great job on that defensive line. Matt Bacon.
Oh, yeah.
Junior. I mean, they're doing a great job. You can't, they started up front. Those linebackers help finish it. It's hard. If you get by the front tier and you get into that second tier, you're going to pay for it. Those guys really make you pay for it. So, again, defense, give up 7 points. It's not a bad day's work.
No, it's not. And, I love what you're saying there. What's catching my attention, Gary, is you're talking about a senior, a junior, a sophomore, a freshman. I mean, we got all kinds of classes represented out here on the field. So it's not, like the old days where if you were a senior-heavy team, you better watch out for those guys. They got a bunch of seniors. They're going to make some noise this year. No, we got guys that are at all different levels and all different grades, I should say, and they're making impact plays on the field both offensively and defensively.
Oh, they are, without a doubt. Now, the old saying used to be, tell me how many sophomores you have on your team. I'll tell me how many starting on your team, and I'll tell you how many losses you're going to have. That was the old saying. But nowadays, just with the technology that you can get sophomores and a freshman, you can get them as far as the mental aspect because you can watch film all day long. As much as you want to watch film, you can watch film. So that they see it, and then you get the reps going. And then with the workouts now, you see the physicality of a sophomore is a lot different than it was back when I played the game.
And that definitely is. And, well, we've talked about some fabulous freshmen that we have on our team. I'm going to tell you, Osceola's got a sensational sophomore that we'll be talking about a little bit later on here in just a bit. We're counting down to kickoff. It is the Regional 3 final here tonight. Osceola, Vero Beach. We'll have more right after this.
Hi, JW from Barker Air Conditioning. These hot and humid days sure do take a toll on your air conditioning system. Barker Air Conditioning offers our ESA annual or semi-annual maintenance plans to keep things in good working order. Barker Air Conditioning, servicing Indian River County since 1959.
The Fighting Indians rely on teamwork, and so does Christian FM. One of those teammates is Scott Sporting Goods. Scott Sporting Goods features an array of sporting equipment, including clothes and shoes. They are also the ones that fit our Fighting Indians broadcast team with the Fighting Indians apparel. Located in downtown Vero Beach, 1407 20th Street. Their phone number is 778-0661. Thanks to Scott Sporting Goods.
Durfee's Heating and Cooling, a longtime friend and supporter of Christian FM. Durfee's Heating and Cooling offers air conditioning repairs, maintenance, and new installations. Family owned and operated, serving the Treasure Coast area. Durfee's Heating and Cooling, 772-971-5884.
More Countdown to Kickoff by Cap's Pizza and Pub.
So, Vero Nation, we're getting set for tonight's contest. Vero Beach still in the playoffs, obviously. It is the region final, and Kissimmee Osceola is here tonight to take on your own Vero Beach Fighting Indians. We'll talk about the Cowboys in, let's talk about them right now. How about that? The series is 1-1. So, back in 2015, the Cowboys came here, or actually we went there, and they beat us in the playoffs and knocked us out of round number 2. In 2020, we had them on the regular season. They came here, we beat them, and beat them handedly. So, it's a 1-1 situation in the series. Tonight, though, it doesn't really get much bigger than this, Matt, when you've got a region final on the line and a ticket to punch for the Final Four.
Well, we've seen it all year. We knew that they were in our region, and you're watching their schedule play out. You're watching our schedule play out. As it was coming down to the end, you could see that there's the probability of us being number 1 was high. The probability of them being number 2 was high. And then we actually got a little nervous because what we didn't want them to do is slip down to number 4, which would have been we would have faced them in that second round instead of the third round. But throughout the whole year, you kind of kept your eye on Kissimmee Osceola because you know Osceola Kissimmee because you knew that they've got some dudes down there and potentially there was going to be a showdown, and we got it tonight.
Gary, last week they had a tough battle against Treasure Coast. In fact, Treasure Coast was leading that game until about 2 minutes left in the game when a sensational sophomore caught a pass and took it to the end zone and got them the go-ahead score, and they ultimately won that game.
Yeah, they have a young man that he's fantastic. Last year he was a freshman, and everybody was like raving about him. This year he was chosen the most outstanding sophomore in the state of Florida. His name is Tavion Swint, and Swint has rushed for 1,367 yards, averaging 7.8 yards a carry, and he's averaging 114 yards a game. He's got 19 touchdowns, and his longest is 76. When he gets his hands on the ball, he's dangerous. He is very dangerous, and they really count on him. He is their bread and butter, but at times they're going to have to throw the ball, and their quarterback is a young man named David Buggs. David is a senior, 6 foot, 205 pounds. He has completed 60 of 128 passes. He's only completed 47%, but he's thrown for over 1,100 yards, and he has 12 touchdowns, but he also has 9 interceptions. The secret there, then, is to get them into throwing situations. Make them the third and long would be their Achilles heel, I would think.
Yeah, just watching film on Kissimmee Osceola and David Buggs. David did not get the start in the beginning of the season, or they're kind of doing the dual platoon between him and another guy, and then he basically took it over. What I saw with the confusion that when he threw some of those interceptions is when they were able to disguise the coverage. They showed it one way, and they were able to pop out of it in another way, whether a linebacker looked like he was going to blitz, and then he jumps the underneath route, or they thought they were in a like a cover 3, but they were actually in a cover 4. And so, with Coach Rahal and Coach Mata, and you look at that, if we can get some confusion in there and at the same time allow us to play at high velocity without confusing our guys too, maybe we can get some interceptions. We can get some turnovers as well.
They're a team that comes in, averages 30 points a game, but only gives up 12 points. That tells you a lot about their defense, and that also tells you they've had 2 close games. They've had a bunch of close games, but they played Treasure Coast twice. They kicked off the opening game of the season with them. They beat them 14-5, and then they lost last week in the playoff in the Sweet 16, and they lost to them that one 10-7, as you mentioned. So you go back and you look and see what the Treasure Coast did well. We can't mimic that offense they got. There's no way we can do that. But we have to find other things we can make click for our offense. The biggest thing that we got to is that their defensive line is super. They've got 2 Division I linemen, a defensive end named Palermo. Then they got another guy that is a Walker, who's committed to UCF. They got a defensive back who's committed to Florida, one of their corners. And I guarantee you there's going to be a lockdown on, I bet you that corner you're going to see wherever number 1 goes, look for their corner right there with him. He's 6'2", 205 pounds or 10-pound, big, tall corner, big corner. That's going to be a tremendous show together right there.
Matt, you and I were talking about this the other day. We were looking, one of the things I tend to do as part of preparation is I look at their schedule and then I want to see like what their opponents did. How tough of an opponent did they play? And 7 out of 10 of their regular season opponents were in the playoffs. And you and I were looking at our schedule and going, well, how many did we play? And I think we had, what, was 6 or 7 as well.
7 out of 10 for us
and 7 out of 10 for us. But when you look at Kissimmee and their opponents, the ones that they lost to, the 3 losses, it was Lakeland, it was Seminole, and it was Jones. Now, Seminole just got knocked out of the playoffs. They were the number 1 seed in the 4M in their respective bracket. They got knocked out by Lake Mary last week, and I think it had a lot to do with they had a quarterback injury, and that's, kind of hampered them a little bit, but that's how the game goes. But in those 3 games combined, Kissimmee only lost by a total of 15 points. So they were close games, as Gary talked about. So that defense always keeps them in games. I talked about in our series with Kissimmee, the first time that we played them, it was I think 42-35 score. I don't see that tonight. I don't see that kind of score tonight because, one, both defenses are pretty good. So I see this as a low-scoring affair, and it's really going to probably come down to who makes the least amount of mistakes.
I couldn't agree with you more, Paul. When you look at go to our last week, the game, okay? When they had 2 of the end drives that we scored touchdowns and we pulled away, okay? If you watch those drives, we didn't have mistakes. We were blocking the right guys, okay? Because sometimes you don't see that. You just look, oh, that's a good defensive play. And then all of a sudden you look at the film and you're like, well, we had 2 guys on one guy and he should have bumped down, and so or we'd have a missed call or we'd have a penalty. Yeah. And so we would have always there's something going on. And when we had those 2 last drives, it looked smooth because everyone was doing what they were supposed to do. Tonight, our offense, I just don't think that we can afford to have any turnovers, and we have to really limit how many mistakes that we have, because we have to keep going forward. We can't afford to have the holding call. We started off the last drive against Melbourne. We had a nice play all the way down to Dre, take us down to the 11-yard line. Got called back by a holding call. Yep. And then we have a busted play, and then we have a drop pass, and then it kind of all of a sudden now we're punting instead of having first and down on the 11. Yep. And so that's the stuff that tonight we just can't afford. And as you get deeper into the playoffs, obviously, this is the way it's supposed to go. The teams get better.
Right.
And so, I agree. The team that tonight that has the least amount of mistakes is going to have the advantage, obviously.
Gary, one thing that Vero has done well, as Matt alluded to, they've been fairly mistake-free on assignments. One thing they've done very well is they haven't given the other team extra possessions with turnovers.
No, they've done a good job protecting the ball. And again, that's going to be one of those things you say tonight. You can't allow turnovers, give them the extra possession, put them in good field position because of turnovers. Got to secure the ball. You got a freshman probably starting tonight in Hillsman, and Hillsman is learning how to get better and better every time he carries the ball. I remember the first carry he took this year. He kind of like, I don't know if I go in that hole or if I need to do I. He was kind of hesitant about it, and he took a good lick.
Yeah.
Next time he came up, he went fast and threw that hole. He may not have got a yard, but he wasn't going to get knocked back 2 or 3 yards.
Right, absolutely.
But that's all part of what Matt said about with E.J. White. You've got Hillsman is just a natural good athlete, very fast. Just a freshman having to step into the holes. And when Quincy got knocked out of the first half of the game last week, Quincy Rogers, he stepped up, Hillsman stepped up and did a really good job.
Yeah.
A yeoman's job, as I said, for a freshman to step in and do what he did the second half.
Yeah, it was a little surreal to see 2 freshmen in the backfield, especially in a playoff game, second round of the playoffs, but they did a fabulous job. All right, we're going to step aside. We're going to come back. We're going to talk about one of Gary's favorite topics, officiating. We'll be back right after this.
Hi, JW from Barker Air Conditioning. These hot and humid days sure do take a toll on your air conditioning system. Barker Air Conditioning offers our ESA annual or semi-annual maintenance plans to keep things in good working order. Barker Air Conditioning, servicing Indian River County since 1959.
Jeremiah's Italian Ice loves our Vero Beach Fighting Indians. Jeremiah's offers over 40 flavors of Italian ice and 2 flavors of soft serve ice cream. The showcase of the menu is layering the 2 together for their gelati. Located off State Road 60 in the Marshalls Plaza, Jeremiah's Italian Ice. Live life to the coolest.
Ohana Water Systems is proud to partner with Christian FM. Hi, I'm Mikey, owner of Ohana Water Systems. We've created a technology that takes city and even well water and turn it into drinkable, pH-balanced, remineralized alkaline water throughout the entire house. Our system also protects the plumbing and appliances from hard water damage. No obligation consultations and water testing available. Online at ohanawatersystems.com.
More Countdown to Kickoff by Cap's Pizza and Pub.
Well, we're getting set for tonight's contest. It's the Region 3 final. We've got Kissimmee Osceola here tonight to take on Vero Beach. Winner of tonight moves on to the Final Four or the state semifinals. Who they will play, we don't know yet. We got some speculations, but we'll get into that a little bit later. Officiating. It's one of Gary's favorite topics. We love talking about them. But, one of the toughest jobs in sports is being an official. It's probably the less thankful job out there because you got half the crowd that thinks you got it wrong and half the crowd that thinks you got it right most times. Unless you're Gary, it's 99.9% wrong. But I'm just playing with him. He does give him credit every once in a blue moon. Yeah. But, when regular season is on around here, Gary, we have typically 5 officials. Now we're in the playoffs. We've got 7. Part of the reason for that is why not 7 all the time? Well, we just don't have enough officials. It kind of almost starts to open up a can of worms. Like, well, how can we get more officials? We're begging, we're pleading for them. Well, maybe we can pay them more. Well, in order to do that, that means schools have to pony up more money because the hosting schools, who's responsible for paying the officials?
Yeah, I think it's very tough. And my thing with officials is a minor thing. I just don't think officials need to be, if you don't even know they're there, they've done a great job. You know what I mean?
Sure.
And that way it's not about the officials taking the show under control. You know what I mean? I just get upset when I see a flag fly 40 yards away on a play that happened up around the line of scrimmage. When you have all those officials right there, didn't see that same call, that bothers me sometimes. And the other one that bothers me is not when hustle to the position you're supposed to be in, so you can make the call.
Yeah.
A lot of officials just can't. They just can't. They don't hustle enough to get, in my opinion. But that's only a few. Most of these guys do an admirable job, and I really mean that sincerely. And the hardest thing right now, and the Treasure Coast officiating crew will tell you, it's hard to find officials.
Yeah.
It's a thankless job Whereas in the past, you'd have guys that would say, yeah, I'd like to do it. I'd get involved. I played football when I was in high school. I'd like to do it. I can make myself, a little bit of change. And the problem was that little bit of change never really got to be big change.
Right.
And it needs to change. These guys deserve more money, especially with the more experience you have, to get them to stay out there and to go out and recruit other officials. You need to pay your officials. And I know that's going to be a sour taste to some athletic directors and all. But if you want a good officiating and if you have a program, a high school team, a JV team, and our freshman team, you've got to have officials for every one of those games. And if you start overlapping these officials where they have to work 3 days a week or something of that nature, you're going to burn them out, wear them out, like that. But you don't get a chance to evaluate. They get the need to move up and be able to, you would start your first year, 2-year officials doing freshman games. Then move them up to JV games. Then evaluate them during the JV and then move them up to the next level when they're ready to go. That's the ideal way. But the problem is they can't get people. How many times?
Well, and you're only talking about one sport. You're thinking about football.
Yeah.
And there's.
Is there others?
Well, there are. As somebody who played multiple sports, you would think you would know that. But that's another part of the problem. It's like, okay, just in the fall, you've got, you got football, you got volleyball. I mean, you've got, basketball's getting ready to start up. You've got all these different sports. And that requires officiating. And I know earlier in the season, we had a situation here. We had a Friday night where the game was going to start, and there was talk about maybe having to delay the start of the game because the head official was working a volleyball game, wasn't sure if he was going to get here in time for kickoff. That just shows you right there the need for more bodies to put on the stripes.
You do, and so when you do that, they've been promoting it. When you talk about the Florida High School Athletic Association, they have been promoting it. But like Gary said, you can't just put a body out there.
Right.
Because there have been some games where it looks like they just put a body out there. And the individual might know the rules but doesn't understand the game.
Yeah.
And so we saw one last week where our guys got flagged in the end zone. You got a touchdown that pretty much sealed the deal. You got 3 young men. They're running towards the sideline, and, they're high-fiving. They do a little whatever, and all of a sudden you see a flag. There wasn't a Melbourne player around that, and that's one of those where you're like, all right, you know the moment.
Right.
And so it's tough for us to say, well, we know we're short, which means we're probably not getting the best out there, and yet we're still demanding high level. And the fact that you can watch every game in the NFL level, every collegiate level, and we're expecting that same level here, and it's just unfortunately.
I agree with you, Matt. And honestly, I want to put this out there. I really think that Tallahassee's got to wake up a little bit and start figuring out how they can supplement these schools with some more budget so that these schools can afford to pay for officials, and ultimately we can, the ripple effect will be the officials can make more money, and maybe we get a few more people that are willing to be officials. Because otherwise, how are you going to, Vero Beach is, done so well. They have an excellent fan base, and because of that, ticket sales are good, and that allows them to have a pretty good budget and stuff. But it's expensive. I remember Coach Jay one time telling me how much it cost, to have officials just for, a half a year, and they have to pay that up front, by the way.
Yeah.
And, for all sports. And it's a pretty high figure, folks. I'm not going to reveal what that number is, but I can just tell you it will shock you. And even there, we're still talking about they don't get paid enough, and they really don't, because when you have to divvy that out to so many different people, to so many different sports, it really is not a lot of money. And I do think that, our government and up to the, and then the governing body that handles sports, the FHSAA, has got to find a way to get involved here and figure out how to help these schools, because some of these schools that don't have a huge fan base and they're relying on all these different fundraisers, man, they got to have a lot of help.
Well, the Florida High School Athletic Association is run by the principals and the athletic directors.
Right.
They have a director that oversees the Florida High School Athletic Association, but that board is the one you have to affect. And they're the ones that you would have to get
Sure.
and I think they sense that, but a lot of them are made up. Oh, they're made up. Most of them are made up of principals and athletic directors.
Yep.
They know budgets.
Mm-hmm.
They know they're short.
Yeah.
They can't take care of teachers. They can't get enough supplies to take care of their classrooms and all.
Yep.
So to say that officials deserve more, well, we have to be careful
Sure.
how.
Right.
And again, I just think that these guys. It's a thankless job.
I got the solution, guys. I got the solution. We need to start using instant replay in high school.
That's another topic. We'll beat that. We'll talk about that again one day.
Yes, and we'll just really add that into the budget and really rock everybody's world with instant replay. It is that would be an interesting topic to talk about sometimes, but we're actually running out of time because we got to go a lot more to some other things as we get set for tonight's game between Osceola and Vero Beach. It's the Region 3 final. We're going to step aside. In fact, Matt's going to get with Coach Jay here in just a few moments, and we're going to hear from our head coach about last week's game and getting set for tonight's contest. We're counting down to kickoff here at your Christian FM.
The Tripp family, GNC, and the Miracle Mile are crazy about the Vero Beach Fighting Indians and their fans. Joe and his staff have over 2 decades in the supplement business and know all about sports nutrition, along with vitamins, herbs, weight loss, and wellness products. GNC also offers meal replacements and testosterone support and tailors their products to meet individual needs. 562-2450.
Thanks to Longevity Rehab Centers in Vero Beach and Sebastian, owned by locals whose mission is to help heal those who are hurting with a goal of getting them back to a productive life. Longevity Rehab has built a reputation of trust with their clients from the top down, offering both physical and massage therapy designed to restore, relieve, or maintain a healthy lifestyle. Blue Cross Blue Shield, Humana, Cigna, United Healthcare, Health First, Medicare, and most insurances are accepted. LongevityRehab.com.
Thanks to Roy Bell Grading Services for sponsoring Fighting Indians football and the Fighting Indians post-game show. Roy Bell Grading Services is locally owned and operated, providing services to this area for over 37 years. Roy Bell Grading Services offers services such as land clearing, grading, laser grading, and complete site work.
Hi, my name is Chase Bell. My family and I support Fighting Indians football and Christian FM. Go Indians!
No job too small or too big. Roy Bell Grading Services. We roll the earth. 772-473-4559.
More Countdown to Kickoff by Cap's Pizza and Pub.
And welcome back. We're continuing to count down to kickoff. It is the region final tonight. You got Osceola here to take on your own Vero Beach Fighting Indians. I'm Paul Tipton, and we're just about an hour away from kickoff on this game, so still got a lot more to go as we continue to count down. And now it's time to talk to our head coach, Lenny Jankowski, and get his thoughts on last week's win over Melbourne and getting set for tonight's matchup against the Cowboys. So with that, we turn it over to Dr. Matt Paris, who's standing by with our head coach. Matt?
Well, Coach Jay, congratulations on your second-round playoff win over the Melbourne Bulldogs, 26-7. And once again, going with a dual quarterback system where both quarterbacks actually had really good games, throwing for close to 100 yards, and EJ topping that off with close to 100-yard rushing.
Yeah, it's been fun. It's been fun to watch both these guys thrive in situations that we could have never predicted, with being advancing here in the playoffs and facing difficult looks from a defensive standpoint. The last several weeks we've faced some crazy defensive schemes from just from a protection standpoint, blitzes and just different looks and a lot of movement. And just, a high skill level. So, yeah, I'm super proud of both guys. Both EJ and Jake have continued to improve, right in front of our eyes, each and every day. And I don't think I would expect anything less. I mean, both are really grounded kids that work really hard, are great listeners, and both students of the game. So it's been fun to watch and watch each of these guys, progress each and every week.
Coach, the young man that just continued to rise to the top, and that's Vandravius Jacobs. And it just seems like when we need the big play,
number one's the one to go to.
Yeah, isn't he fun? He's he's just one of those guys where, wherever you put him, you just feel like good things are going to happen. And Dre's a bona fide playmaker, and goodness, he had a big interception the other night, and that was as good as it gets as far as coverage and high pointing the ball and doing all those things. And then, as the game's moving on the offensive side of the ball, you just kind of, as a play caller, looking at things and setting things up down the road, you just kind of pick your moments, and he really, when he gets an opportunity, he makes the most of it. And I think again, had over 100 yards receiving on about 7 or 8 catches, and the big touchdown on the screen, and like I said, he's just a lot of fun to coach, and I'm sure in your guys, in your positions and in our fans' position, just a lot of fun to watch.
He is that. Coach, the game was pretty close all the way through. It's pretty tight. And then at the end, we had 2 possessions, and the one starting off our own 16. Just impressive that at the end of the game, the boys were at the 16 and just make this drive to go down and really put the game away.
Yeah, I mean, it's a game, and again, I know that we sometimes I feel like a broken record, saying some of these same things over again, but it's a 48-minute game, and the styles of the game and the flow of the game, each and every game has a life of its own, and you just never know how it's going to play out. And I was impressed with the Melbourne team, their coaching staff, their talent, their skill set, and just the effort and how hard they play. I mean, again, you're talking about a team that's dominated by seniors, that has a bunch of seniors in some really key positions with a lot of experience and a lot of game minutes that have been logged, and so we knew we would it would take a great effort and a great team effort. So yeah, that was a great drive that finished with a touchdown, and again, I think, like I said, when our backs were to the wall, so to speak, I felt like our team played at its best.
Coach, your other young man still doing great, has been all year for us, is sophomore Justin Woolard, who once again comes down with key catches and keeps drives going.
Yeah, there were some really great individual plays by Justin. I think one that just jumps out at me is, we call it like a jet sweep, and he gets a little quick flip, from the quarterback, and he that typically, is designed to hit outside. Well, Justin is, as quick as a cat, and he sees a different color jersey, and he gets up inside that and then bounces it back outside, almost like, just in a very fluid way, very smooth, and never breaks stride, and ends up getting us a big play there when we were backed up, and got us some breathing room, and that was a time where we felt like we really needed to control the football, keep the clock moving, and Justin provided us with that big play. But yes, I mean, time and time again, the young sophomore continues to make big plays for us.
I tell you what, it looks good for us, too. Freshman in the backfield with E.J. Hillsman and a sophomore in Woolard. Yeah, it looks good for the Indians going forward. Well, that's Coach Jay talking about the offensive effort from last week's win over Melbourne. When we come back, we'll take a look at that defensive effort. You're listening to Countdown to Kickoff on your Christian FM.
The Tripp family, GNC, and the Miracle Mile are crazy about the Vero Beach Fighting Indians and their fans. Joe and his staff have over 2 decades in the supplement business and know all about sports nutrition, along with vitamins, herbs, weight loss, and wellness products. GNC also offers meal replacements and testosterone support and tailors their products to meet individual needs. 562-2450.
Christian FM thanks Paris Family Chiropractic for their support. Dr. Matt Paris is a longtime resident of Vero Beach and a former quarterback for the Fighting Indians. Just like our Fighting Indians work hard for the win, Dr. Paris works hard for a patient's well-being. From proper alignment to good nutrition, Dr. Paris helps patients achieve the win. Paris Family Chiropractic. When the spine is in line, everything is fine. 299-4649 or parisfamilychiro.com. Cap's Pizza and Pub, a proud sponsor of the Fighting Indians and Christian FM, serving Vero for over 35 years. Cap's offers Italian cuisine, including pizzas, strombolis, calzones, hot and cold subs, plus wings. A family-owned and operated business, John and his staff are happy to serve. Cap's Pizza and Pub, 725 27th Avenue Southwest, Vero Beach, 772-770-2277 or capspizzamenu.com.
More Countdown to Kickoff by Cap's Pizza and Pub.
Well, Coach, Melbourne came into last week's game averaging almost 24 points per game. Impressive effort by your defense holding them to 7 points. And at one point, we come in after the half. We're only up by 6. Looks like we get the muffed kick, but they don't give it to us. Plus, they give us a penalty. And so they get great field position. What do you say to your defense at that point?
Well, you can take it all the way back to the locker room talk at halftime, and when you get an opportunity to talk to the full team, and the second half you are opening with a kickoff, you try to set the tone, and you try to set the tone with that opening kickoff, and then the defense taking the field, and so you can go through that whole chain of events where the first kickoff of the second half, we actually are offsides, and that's a bad mental mistake that where we now have to move the mark back 5 yards and kick it again, and then we elect the sky kick, which is as you mentioned a shorter kick that you try to get up in the sky and you either make them fair catch it or put some pressure on them, and typically those are designed to go a little deeper. Well, that one only went to about the 40-yard line, and as you mentioned, the end result was it went through their players' hands, and then we recover. But it was ruled that we invaded his space there and his little halo and or hit him before the ball got there, kind of thing, and we were penalized. We can talk about further review and instant replay and all that kind of stuff, but unfortunately that stuff's not available in high school, and so not only do we not get the ball there, but as you mentioned, it's a 15-yard penalty, and so I believe 15 yards, and they end up spotting the ball on, I think, our 43-yard line to start the second half. You ask what you say to the defense. We had plenty of time to talk to them because at that point it was unfortunate. Their player was down with an injury, and I know I've gotten a lot of text messages and with concern from our fans about their player. So I do have an update on that I've been in contact with the coaching staff at Melbourne, and the player is doing better. He did require some surgery for his spleen, a spleen injury, and so but anyway, I know our fans are eager to know that he's fine and in recovery and doing well. But there was a bunch of downtime there, and so in the discussion with our players, as we are showing our concern for their injured guy, we just discussed that. Look, we still the same mindset. We want to get a stop here, and fortunately we were able to. They ended up getting down there pretty close, and they were penalized themselves with a couple penalties that backed the ball up, and of course we had some great individual plays as well, and we ended up holding them there, as you mentioned. It was 13-7 at halftime. The final was 26-7, so they don't end up scoring again. And I can't say enough about our defense. I mean, they've just been playing good, solid team defense. Different guys have been stepping up and making plays, been keeping them from getting across the goal line, and that's always the key.
It certainly is, Coach. Like I said, a team that's coming in average 24 points, and we come away with 2 turnovers and 3 turnover on downs. Pretty impressive.
Yeah, I think that's the key, and like I said, no matter how you look at it, the goals, the styles are always going to be different. The schemes are always going to be different. But at the end of the day, we're trying to keep them from getting across that goal line, and then on offense, we're trying to get across it to get some points. And we've been getting some great effort just in all 3 phases. But again, our defense, I think, has been the consistent part of this team, and we're certainly going to need some big plays tonight.
There's no doubt about that. That's Coach Jay. I'm Dr. Matt. When we come back, we're going to talk about this phrase in sports. It's called the next man up. You're listening to Countdown to Kickoff on your Christian FM.
Hi, JW from Barker Air Conditioning. These hot and humid days sure do take a toll on your air conditioning system. Barker Air Conditioning offers our ESA annual or semi-annual maintenance plans to keep things in good working order. Barker Air Conditioning, servicing Indian River County since 1959.
Perkins Pharmacy in Vero Beach is glad to be a supporter of Christian FM and to help put Fighting Indians football on the radio. Owner Edwin Perkins and his staff are all big fans of the Fighting Indians, and they hope Coach Jankowski and the team have the right prescription for another winning season. Perkins Pharmacy is on State Road 60, right across the street from KFC. Their phone is 978-6470.
Molinari Pools is a proud supporter of Fighting Indians football and Christian FM. A family-owned and operated business, the Molinari family, longtime members of this community. Joel Molinari, a former Fighting Indian, loves serving the Treasure Coast residents from pool cleaning to repairs to pool remodeling. Molinari Pools. Love people, love pools. 772-778-2633 or molinaripools.com.
More Countdown to Kickoff by Cap's Pizza and Pub.
Welcome back to Countdown to Kickoff. I'm Dr. Matt, hanging out with Coach Lenny Jankowski. Coach, in all of sports, there's a saying that goes, next man up, and obviously it's referencing when the starter goes down, it's the backup. Hey, it's your opportunity, and we have had some opportunities this year so far.
Yeah, no doubt. We've had, it seems like we've had, some musical chairs at some different positions for sure, and unfortunately, I don't know if it's unfortunate or not, but you do sometimes look at it as starters and backups. But really, the way that this whole thing works is our guys throughout practice, there is a point of emphasis, continually throughout that. Look, you've got to put game pressure on yourself in practice and prepare yourself, as you mentioned, the next man up kind of philosophy. And when these opportunities come about, I don't think there's ever any big sense of panic. At least there shouldn't be, because we do have good players and we have kids that work really hard, and that, through the way that we practice, I think, are what people would be considered as or what people would consider as battle tested, and so as difficult as injuries are for as they happen, and you just feel awful for these kids that go through it, and obviously we have a personal attachment to those kinds of things, and then but for every situation like that, it provides opportunity for somebody else, and then so and then you feel good about those things that happen, and opportunities that come about, and some things, and I think we've mentioned this, some memories that will last a lifetime, and so it's. That's why this is, the ultimate team sport, and like I said, our guys, I think, believe that, they understand that, they work towards that, and even though we are in this me culture where individuals seem to get out in front of team concepts, whether it's at the house or on TV or on social media. I think in this case, I think this is a great example of team first and then individual second, and that's a difficult concept, but our kids believe it, and it's an indescribable brotherhood, and it makes me very proud just to be a part of it and to just watch it as it happens.
Well, it certainly does, and you can look, Coach, throughout whatever it is, whatever sport it is. There have been those what we call the Cinderella stories, where the young man gets a backup, and then actually, like when you look at a Tom Brady, who was the backup to Bledsoe, and then he goes on to be the GOAT. And when we look at some of that, what's going on right now, when you look at like EJ, who was getting a lot of play time, just not at that quarterback position, and all of a sudden now he's getting a chance as a freshman, which I can't remember when the last time a freshman played quarterback for us.
Yeah, I mean it's been nice to see, and fortunately he's been blessed with a ton of athleticism, and he's super smart. He's a great listener, and you combine all those skills, and he's having a lot of success. But in that team huddle, I think probably for about the last 4 or 5 weeks, when we get an opportunity to talk, headed into Friday night's game, it's been mentioned. I've mentioned, over and over again, repeatedly, that there's somebody in this huddle. There's multiple guys in this huddle that don't even recognize or understand that you're going to have a drastic impact in the outcome of the game. Your role right now, as you see it, heading into Friday night is not going to be the same as it ends up after Friday night is over. And I don't know if it sinks in, but that stands true. There's guys that, like you said, are going second at their position or going third at their position, and then things happen fast in a game for whatever reason, and they're in there and they're battling and playing in the playoffs against a quality team with a bunch of fans out there. And again, I'm always impressed with the way our guys when those opportunities present themselves come out and do what they do.
Well, another great life lesson from playing the game of sports, and whatever sport it might be, that it's not about me, it's about us, and that's really neat. Well, we're getting closer to kickoff against Osceola, and when we come back, we're going to get Coach thoughts on the Cowboys. We'll be right back.
Hi, JW from Barker Air Conditioning. These hot and humid days sure do take a toll on your air conditioning system. Barker Air Conditioning offers our ESA annual or semi-annual maintenance plans to keep things in good working order. Barker Air Conditioning, servicing Indian River County since 1959.
A family business for 25 years, Total Golf Cart supports the Fighting Indians and their fans. They're the authorized club cart dealer and love to assist buyers to find the golf cart that best meets their needs. They offer both new and used club cars. And Total Golf Cart also has a full service department at 1140 South US 1 in Vero Beach or at TotalGolfCart.com.
A septic system is only as good as the installation and maintenance. Reliable Septic is the name known along the coast for being the professionals who install and service these systems for both residential and commercial uses. They'll determine the on-site needs and design considerations for a complete wastewater treatment system, thanks to Reliable Septic Service. 772-562-4242.
More Countdown to Kickoff by Cap's Pizza and Pub.
Well, Coach, here we are in the third round of the playoffs, facing a familiar foe, Osceola Cowboys. And let's talk about their offense, and led by their quarterback, David Buggs, and then we'll eventually get to that sophomore running back.
Yeah, I've spent some time here the last week in preparation for these guys, and just been very impressed. I've been very impressed with their scheme and obviously their talent. They've got some great players, and quarterback wise, I mean, they've played a couple different guys. I think the young man that you're mentioning has kind of taken over as their their regular guy, and he's at least put up the most yards and has been the most productive. But they play a couple different guys there. I think for our fans, for what they're going to be looking at, I mean, you're going to see a spread type of offense with some, what I would consider some wing T run game, it's good stuff. They do a good job up front. They have some very good skill players, and like you say, the quarterback has put up some decent numbers, and they present some challenges to us and everybody else that they play.
Coach, and then you get past that quarterback position, you go to number 4, sophomore Swint, and I think you were saying he might be the number 1 sophomore running back, I believe.
That's what I've been hearing. I'm not the greatest with keeping up with all that stuff, but I've been hearing that he's got some high rankings and all those kinds of things. But I can be a testament for his film, and his film is very, very impressive. He's a talented player, and they've got a couple other guys that they like to get the ball to in the backfield, but certainly number 4 is an elite back and can do a lot of different things. It's hard to imagine he's just a sophomore, but he's very skilled, has an extra gear, so to speak, as far as speed goes. But he's an all-around back. He runs with power and got great vision, and he can get out of there and stay out of there when he needs to. So we have our hands full. We got to tackle well tonight. That's been definitely a point of emphasis this week is just continuing to improve our tackling, make sure we're wrapping up and not not going for that little, shoulder bump and forearm shiver or some of those things, and do all the things that we preach each and every day.
Well, Coach, flipping to the other side, to their defense, talking about Osceola Cowboys, probably one of the tougher defenses we're going to face with multiple Division I commits.
Yes, I think, at all three levels, if you break the defense down into three levels and you say, okay, starting with the D-line, then the linebackers, and then the back-end secondary guys, I think their deal, they're ultra-talented in all three phases, but I think it starts with their D-line. You've got a bunch of guys there, but I think number 55 stands out, as an elite player. He and number 10, I know, are couple of those guys that have those commitments and all that, and as far as the senior guys with scholarships but there's other guys on that front. We'll see different guys like 42 and 90 and 22, and guys that rotate in there that are very, very good players. At the linebacker position, what I've been most impressed with is just their speed. They look like defensive backs, but that they run and they stroke you. I mean, they're physical. They fly around. I think if our fans are just looking for somebody to keep an eye on, number 21 really stands out, and he's a really good player and does a lot of good things at the linebacker position. They move him around, but the other guys are also talented. Then their two corners are, again, I should be better at names, but at this point I'm really, really good with numbers. And number 5 is a long corner. I think he's committed to Florida, and he's a talented player. And number 3 is the other corner, and he's also very talented. Committed to, I believe, Rutgers, somebody was saying, and the safeties, they list those guys also as corners, which what typically that tells me is that those guys all run really well, and they're physical. It's a good quality defense. We've played these guys in years past. Some of our fans, I'm sure remember some of the games that we've had just in my time here with Osceola. Some great games. So we know we've got our hands full. We're really looking forward to it. We've had a great week in preparation. It's fun to practice on Thanksgiving week, and we certainly have a lot to be grateful for, and we're very appreciative, and certainly looking forward to tonight's game.
Well, Coach, we are down to what we call the Elite 8, and it is exciting that, yes, we were able to eat turkey and still play a little football. As always, Coach, we appreciate you hanging out with us. We'll let you get to the players. We'll be right back listening to Countdown to Kickoff on your Christian FM.
The Tripp family, GNC, and the Miracle Mile are crazy about the Vero Beach Fighting Indians and their fans. Joe and his staff have over 2 decades in the supplement business and know all about sports nutrition, along with vitamins, herbs, weight loss, and wellness products. GNC also offers meal replacements and testosterone support and tailors their products to meet individual needs. 562-2450.
Christian FM is proud to welcome a new business coming soon to beautiful downtown Vero Beach, Downtown Dipper. Downtown Dipper is a step back in time to an old-school ice cream shop, serving 24 flavors of hand-scooped ice cream, a family-owned and operated ice cream shop. Downtown Dipper, opening soon. Thanks to Downtown Dipper for supporting Christian FM and the Fighting Indians.
Hi, Derek West here from the Genesis Church of Vero Beach. We are proud supporters of Fighting Indians football and Vero Beach athletics. We invite you to join us this Sunday at 9:15 for our services. If you can't join us in person, please visit us online at gcvero.com. Genesis Church of Vero Beach, place of love where honest men are known and unafraid to love the hardest stone. Visit us at gcvero.com.
WSCF Vero Beach, Christian FM.
More Countdown to Kickoff by Cap's Pizza and Pub.
Well, really good to hear from Coach Jankowski as we get set for tonight's matchup. It is the Region 3 final. Osceola, Vero Beach here tonight. Winner moves on to the state semifinal. Could possibly face the winner of the Lakeland-Lake Minneola game that's taking place in the other Region 2 bracket, I should say. Paul Tipton along with Gary Parrish as we get set for tonight's contest. Gary, the Cowboys coming in here with a very strong defense and a great weapon on offense.
Oh, they do. They have a tremendous running back, a young man that's a sophomore. And we've talked about him earlier And Swink comes in averaging, almost 9 yards or 7 point,
almost 8 yards
a carry.
Yeah.
8 yards a carry is not too bad for a sophomore. Just a sophomore, folks.
How about period?
Yeah, just period. But for a sophomore, though,
yeah,
it means his best years are ahead of him, and he is a very good athlete. Catches the ball out of the backfield very well also.
He does. Now, let's talk about that defense a little bit, because at least one of these players is a commit to UCF, John Walker, who plays on that defensive line. He's a big boy. He's got explosive skills, and he's going to be a handful.
Well, if there's anything Vero needs to do tonight, in my opinion, is try to keep 2 guys on him, either by a chip block some way, somehow. Get your offensive lineman, whoever he lines up, they're going to have some help, because he is so big. He's 6'4", 300 pounds. He's quick, he's fast, he's strong, and he is just a tough guy to play. And when you watch him, he spends most of the time in the backfield. He's just a tremendous ball player. He's a commit to UCF right now, and they're excited about him. They're hoping they'll be able to hang on to him. With all these schools now trying to make these last-minute adjustments here with the signing date just a few weeks away, the first round of signing.
Yeah.
And so John Walker is absolutely a fantastic – he's a true 4-star defensive lineman.
Gary, I think one of the things that can be dangerous, I know I do this, I'm sure our fans are doing this as well, and that's a little bit of score comparison. So last week – Cowboys played Treasure Coast. They beat them 10-7, and it took a last-minute touchdown drive for the Cowboys to ultimately win that game 10-7. You think, well, we beat Treasure Coast 10-7 here. Maybe we should beat the Cowboys. Should we be favored in this game because we're the number 1 seed and we've beat Treasure Coast? Blah 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 blah.
I would say yes, and yes if we had our starting quarterback, who's out with a broken thumb.
Right.
We may be without services of our running back tonight. We're not sure yet.
Yeah,
but
we'll find that out later.
We'll find out later. And we are without our starting tackle, tackle, that he's out. So with those being said, we find a way to win.
We do.
Lenny will. You go out to practice, you watch. I love watching him practice. I love to watch his creativeness of his mind, how he tries to get the ball into his best athlete's hands, and how he handles his, the plays that on the field at the spot at the time, whether it's goal line, if it's 20 yards in the you get into the red zone. I enjoy watching him. He's very creative in doing that. And you can never say, okay, well, with him out there calling plays and what I've seen out in practice, he's very creative. And I do like our chances.
Well, let me ask you this, okay? As a guy who knows the offense, and I'm not necessarily saying our offense, just offense in general, when you know you have an explosive defensive line like Osceola has, how do you try to neutralize that?
You got to get the ball out of your hands quick. You can't sit back and throw the bombs all day, because time you step back and you set, they got 2 great defensive players with Palermo, the nose tackle, Walker, another tackle. So their 2 inside guys are just really, really good. I mean, they're going to create havoc on you in the backfield. You can't expose your quarterback to a lot of time. You think, well, I can give him 3 seconds. You're not going to give these guys 3 seconds. He's going to spend half his night in our backfield, back there in the extra penetration in there, because his talents allow him to get in there. And he'll be in the backfield most of the night. I'm talking about Walker or Palermo. I think we need to double-team Walker as much as we can. I think Palermo, we got to take our chances with him, and because he's not as good as Walker, but you got to get rid of the ball. You've really got to throw your screen passes. You got to get them biting up, where then you can take a chance and throw the ball downfield. You're going to have to roll out and keep it from stretch the pocket to the outside and get guys open, coming across, drag routes. just the little things you can to help make first downs. And if our running back who got knocked out the first half of the game last week, Quincy Rogers, if he doesn't play, then you're asking a true freshman. I say, here I go again, true freshman. That's a college.
He is true.
He is true,
Yeah.
and he is a freshman.
Yeah.
The freshman running back in Jonathan Hillsman, he has got to, there's a lot of pressure on him. So offensively, it's going to play. It's tough.
Yeah.
It's very tough. That's why, and if you can find ways to move the ball, get first downs out of that, then you got a chance to win this game. Now,
all right.
Our strength is going to be our defense.
Yeah, and we're going to talk about that defense when we come back as we get set to take on the Cowboys here in just a moment. We'll be back with more.
The Tripp family, GNC, and the Miracle Mile are crazy about the Vero Beach Fighting Indians and their fans. Joe and his staff have over 2 decades in the supplement business and know all about sports nutrition, along with vitamins, herbs, weight loss, and wellness products. GNC also offers meal replacements and testosterone support and tailors their products to meet individual needs. 562-2450.
Perkins Pharmacy in Vero Beach is glad to be a supporter of Christian FM and to help put Fighting Indians football on the radio. Owner Edwin Perkins and his staff are all big fans of the Fighting Indians, and they hope Coach Jankowski and the team have the right prescription for another winning season. Perkins Pharmacy is on State Road 60, right across the street from KFC. Their phone is 978-6470.
HBS Glass is a proud supporter of Fighting Indians Athletics and Christian FM. Since 1973, HBS Glass has served homeowners, architects, and contractors in the Vero Beach area. HBS Glass offers hurricane impact windows and doors. HBS Glass, 722 3rd Place or hbsglass.com. Thanks to HBS Glass.
More Countdown to Kickoff by Cap's Pizza and Pub.
Well, welcome back, Vero Nation, as we get set for tonight's contest. Round 3 of the state playoff series is here tonight at the Citrus Bowl in Billy Livings Field. Paul Tipton along with Gary Paris. Last segment, we talked about what Vero needs to do to try to score points. And now we got to turn to the other side, Gary. How do we prevent the Cowboys from scoring points?
And again, the key to that is going to be able to stop the running back swing from being able to pick up almost 8 yards to carry. You're going to have to run blitz. We did a good job of that last week against Melbourne. We got to get in their backfield. We got to disrupt that. You've got to get that penetration into the backfield, and you've got to disrupt their timing. Mm-hmm. And if you can work it into where you put them in a throwing down situation, their quarterback has been inconsistent on a lot of games. I mean, he's got 1,100 yards throwing, but he's only completing about 47% of his passes. So he has a tendency to, under pressure, to be errant with his throws. And that's what we got to create. We got to keep him off balance. We got to I don't think you'll ever shut the running game down, but you got to have moments and opportunities where maybe you can create turnovers. And this quarterback has thrown interceptions. Mm-hmm. He's got 12 touchdowns, but he also got 9 interceptions too. So you got to find ways of stealing possessions and get those extra possessions for your team. And again, is that you got Elijah Anderson is going to play a great job. He'll be a good job, one of his best jobs at safety. He's capable of doing that. You've got 3 great linebackers in Campbell and Pollock and Rojas. Those 3 guys are just going to have to really – they're going to get – the line's not going to make all the tackles, make up front. They're going to have to be there to keep this running back from getting 7-8 yards on that, and then our safeties are going to have to come flying up. But it's going to start right up front. It's going to be the battle. Games like this are won in the trenches.
Yeah.
It's either offensive line has to have a great line for you, protect your quarterback, and your defensive line has got to be able to fill the gaps, get into those gaps, and get into the backfield and disrupt the run game and then the passing game.
Gary, when you have a game like this where potentially could be tight and low scoring, Then there becomes that third part where we talk about the special teams and Jesse Lewis so far. And I think this might be ended up maybe a blessing in disguise that we've actually had some opportunity to try some field goals. He's 2 of 3 right now, with his longest being 27 yards. Maybe it does come down to a field goal try near the end of the game for a win.
Jesse's a sophomore, and he's learning how to kick. I think he gets too deep sometimes and thinks he's got to do a kickoff instead of just an extra point or a field goal. He's got a strong leg, and he just got to learn to be more consistent with it. And like you said, he's got 2 out of 3 now. And the one he did miss, one of his extra points he did miss, he was too deep, and they blocked it because he was too deep. He was taking a 5-yard approach, and normally you like a 3-yard or 4-yard at the most approach. And coaches have noticed that, and they're working with him on that. But punting is going to be very important. Snaps, the holds when you get a chance to you kick your extra points or your field goals. And again, special teams coverage and, just doing the routine things you're supposed to do.
Yeah, maybe the key component might be patience when it's all said and done. So we'll see how things start to shape up as we're getting very close to kickoff. When we come back, we're going to go down to the sideline, check in with the guys down there. Osceola, Vero Beach set to kick off in just a little bit. We'll be back right after this.
Hi, JW from Barker Air Conditioning. These hot and humid days sure do take a toll on your air conditioning system. Barker Air Conditioning offers our ESA annual or semi-annual maintenance plans to keep things in good working order. Barker Air Conditioning, servicing Indian River County since 1959.
The Fighting Indians rely on teamwork, and so does Christian FM. One of those teammates is Scott Sporting Goods. Scott Sporting Goods features an array of sporting equipment, including clothes and shoes. They are also the ones that fit our Fighting Indians broadcast team with the Fighting Indians apparel. Located in downtown Vero Beach, 1407 20th Street. Their phone number is 778-0661. Thanks to Scott Sporting Goods.
The mission of the Fighting Indian is excellence, teamwork, and consistency. The same holds true for the McCall Agency, Inc., a local independent agency and broker and 4th-generation resident of Vero Beach. To learn more about their insurance products and risk management, Christian FM supporter Ron McCall can be reached at 772-473-6856, and their site is McCallagencyinc.com. Proudly serving the Treasure Coast since 1956.
More Countdown to Kickoff by Cap's Pizza and Pub.
Back here at the Citrus Bowl, Billy Livingsfield getting set for tonight's contest. Osceola, Vero Beach down on the field, and also down on the field, Ronnie Self and Dr. Matt Paris. Let's start with Ronnie Self. Ron, defense are going to have all eyes on number 4 in the backfield, and that is Swint, the Osceola running back.
You're exactly right. Paul. Tonight, the defense is tasked with stopping or corralling, if you want to use that word, corralling their running back and keeping from getting those 8-yard gains or even bigger gains than that. So we feel like if we can limit his amount of distance on his runs and force him to throw, that we've got a good chance to win this ball game tonight. So, look for Vero, come out and play their attacking defense again. You may see us in a 4 or 5 man front at times, even a 6-man front at times, to try to slow that running game down and force them to pass.
Ronnie, I think one of the biggest questions going into this game tonight is, with all the rain that we've had at the beginning of the week, how's the field?
The field is, for as much rain as we've had, especially early in the week, the field is in pretty good shape. There are a lot of very soft spots, and it will get churned up as the game goes on tonight, more than likely. But with the amount of rain we had, it's in good shape. The biggest difference, other than the soft spots, is that they did get to mow it this week, where it had not been mowed last week. But the soft spots, and that may come into effect later on in the game, especially as it gets chewed up some. The wind will not be a factor, as there's not much wind blowing at all, if any, tonight.
All right, let's turn to the other side of the ball, find out how we're going to try to put points on the board. Matt, what do you got?
Yes, guys, and that is going to be a tall task for the Indians tonight. But having talked with the coaches, with the receiving coach, the tight end coach, the offensive line coach, they feel like they have a good game plan. And, with the amount of film that we're allowed to get now on the teams, they've seen how teams, which they feel their offensive line is maybe not as good as ours, have been able to handle that front from Osceola. And he said to handle. It's not that you're going to contain them at 100%, but you limit them. You do what you're supposed to do to be able to run your offense. And your offense that you're going to run, it's going to be tailored a little bit different this week than versus other weeks. But they're comfortable. They got a great game plan. They said they had a wonderful practice throughout the week, and they feel confident. Obviously, we're dealing with a backup quarterback. So Jake Whiteley, who got knocked out last week, is back this week along with E.J. White. Tyler, our starting quarterback for the most of the season, is not returning. And in our right tackle, Dalton Jordan is out, along with our starting running back, Quincy Rogers. He is not dressing out tonight. So with all that being said, you say, yeah, well, that doesn't even seem possible. But if you ask these coaches, they are confident that the players that we've got our athletes, they've got theirs. Now it's time to just put the helmets on and go and see who can win the battle.
Yeah, that is definitely the story as it goes. I mean, you win the games on the field, not on paper and in the locker room. So let's see what happens here in just a little bit when our team takes the field against the Osceola Cowboys. All right, thanks a lot, guys. We'll be checking in through the course of the game with you. We're going to step aside. When we come back, I'm going to give you a rundown on what's left in the playoff bracket, and we'll take a look at some of the other classes as well, give you a playoff preview. We'll be back right after this.
Hi, JW from Barker Air Conditioning. These hot and humid days sure do take a toll on your air conditioning system. Barker Air Conditioning offers our ESA annual or semi-annual maintenance plans to keep things in good working order. Barker Air Conditioning, servicing Indian River County since 1959.
Since 1980, the Village Beach Market has been that local store on the beach filled with friends that always has something for everyone. And we've been Fighting Indian fans for generations. From fresh baked goods to prepared foods to chef-inspired lunches and dinners, our slogan says it best, simply better. We're online at villagebeachmarket.com.
Hi, Derek West here from the Genesis Church of Vero Beach. We are proud supporters of Fighting Indians football and Vero Beach athletics. We invite you to join us this Sunday at 9:15 for our services. If you can't join us in person, please visit us online at gcvero.com. Genesis Church of Vero Beach, place of love where honest men are known and unafraid to love the hardest on. Visit us at gcvero.com.
More Countdown to Kickoff by Cap's Pizza and Pub.
Welcome back, Vero Nation. We're not too far away from getting the kickoff between Osceola and your own Vero Beach Fighting Indians for the region final. The FHSAA State Championship Series, it started with 32 teams, and after round one, down to 16 teams, and then after round two, it's down to 8 teams for the region finals. So let's take a look at the other brackets. We haven't really talked much about the other brackets through the course of the last couple of weeks, so let's give you a rundown on what every class looks like, starting with 1S, that is 1 Suburban. All number 1 seeds are in. Those teams include North Florida Christian, Trinity Catholic, our buddies down the road, John Carroll. So our wishes go with Coach Grudy and the Rams tonight as they'll be in a dogfight. And then First Baptist Academy. For 2S, all number 1 seeds still in. That includes Florida State University High School, South Sumter, Bradford, and Bishop Vero. 3S, only 2 of the number 1 seeds remain, Lake Wales and Naples. But our buddies down the road, our neighbors, Jensen Beach, a number 2 seed, still in it, so got a chance to make it to the Final Four. So we wish them the best of luck. Then we'll get to 4S in just a minute. We're going to skip to 1R. That's a rule. And very small schools, all number 1 seeds are in. Our neighbors to the south of us, Pahokee, a number 2 seed, still in it, got a really good shot to make it to the Final Four. 1M, these are the Metros now, 1M, 3 number 1 still remain. Chaminade-Madonna being one of those is taking on number 2 seed Cardinal Newman tonight. A lot believe this really is the state game right here, or the title game, because Chaminade is so dominant all year long. Cardinal Newman, another very strong team, so a lot believe this is really the state title game tonight. 2M, 2 of the number 1s remain, Miami Central and American Heritage. 3M, all number 1s are still in. St. Thomas Aquinas in that particular class, and certainly favored to win the state title. But they'll face either Edgewater or Jesuit in the semifinals. And a lot believe, again, there's a real preview to the state title matchup there. So that's another one to keep your eye on. 4M. Now, this is a lot of your big city schools that are participating. 3 of the 4 number 1s still remain. Seminole, who was a number 1 seed, lost last week to number 4 seed Lake Mary. Palm Beach Gardens is in that particular bracket, along with Palm Beach Central. Palm Beach Gardens, number 3 seed, taking on number 1 seed Palm Beach Central tonight. About a month ago, the Gators lost to the Broncos 35-14, so certainly be looking for some payback tonight. And if you remember, in week 2, Vero Beach played Palm Beach Gardens. We beat them 34-0, and since that loss, the only other losses that the Gators have had have been to Pahokee and then, of course, Palm Beach Central near the end of the season. So interesting bracket to keep our eyes on. All right, let's take a look at our class. That is the 4S. All 4 number 1 seeds remain. The lowest seed that is still in is number 7 seed Riverview, Sarasota. So let's give you the breakdown. Region number 1. Bartram Trail, certainly the dominant in this class. They beat number 8 seed Flagler Palm Coast, number 4 seed Creekside to advance. Buckholtz escapes number 6 seed Pace and handled number 7 seed Crestview to advance. So it's number 1 Bartram Trail playing number 3 seed Buckholtz. Region number 2 is Lakeland. They're the number 1 seed. They beat number 8 Lake Gibson and number 5 Mitchell. Number 2 seed Lake Mineola defeated number 7 Bartow and number 6 Winter Haven. So it's number 1 versus number 2, Lakeland playing Lake Mineola. That should be a very interesting game to keep our eyes on. We maybe, if we advance, we might face one of that winner of that particular matchup. So we'll keep our eyes on that one. Region 3, of course, is Vero Beach. Vero Beach beat number 8 Harmony, number 4 Melbourne. Osceola escapes number 7 DeLand and also number 6 Treasure Coast. Very tight games for the Cowboys. They come in very tested here to take on number 1 seed Vero Beach. So it's number 1 versus number 2, Vero taking on Osceola. Region 4, Venice has destroyed their opponents, both the number 1 seed Riverdale and number 5 seed Lehigh. Number 7, Riverview, Sarasota has been kind of the Cinderella story here in the bracket. They upset number 2, Gulf Coast, and number 6, Sarasota. So it's number 1, Venice, playing number 7, Riverview, Sarasota. So there you go, folks, a breakdown of all of the classes, but the one we're paying most attention to is our game tonight. Vero Beach taking on Osceola, Indians and Cowboys. Coming up here shortly. We'll be back.
The Tripp family, GNC, and the Miracle Mile are crazy about the Vero Beach Fighting Indians and their fans. Joe and his staff have over 2 decades in the supplement business and know all about sports nutrition, along with vitamins, herbs, weight loss, and wellness products. GNC also offers meal replacements and testosterone support and tailors their products to meet individual needs. 562-2450.
Christian FM thanks Paris Family Chiropractic for their support. Dr. Matt Paris is a longtime resident of Vero Beach and a former quarterback for the Fighting Indians. Just like our Fighting Indians work hard for the win, Dr. Paris works hard for a patient's well-being. From proper alignment to good nutrition, Dr. Paris helps patients achieve the win. Paris Family Chiropractic. When the spine is in line, everything is fine. 299-4649 or parisfamilychiro.com. The Fighting Indians rely on teamwork, and so does Christian FM. One of those teammates is Scott Sporting Goods. Scott Sporting Goods features an array of sporting equipment, including clothes and shoes. They are also the ones that fit our Fighting Indians broadcast team with the Fighting Indians apparel. Located in downtown Vero Beach, 1407 20th Street. Their phone number is 778-0661. Thanks to Scott Sporting Goods.
It's countdown to kickoff. Now, here's Bobby Paris.
Welcome to Women of the Fighting Indians. This is Bobby Paris, and I have the privilege of interviewing the moms of our senior varsity players. This evening, I have a special guest, and although she is not the mom of a football player, she is, however, a mom and a grandmother and wife to the voice of our Fighting Indians, Paul Tipton. Welcome, Kelly, the voice behind the voice. I am privileged to have you here. And I'm going to tell you, as I look at her, she is certainly doesn't look old enough to be a grandmother. So kudos to her. Takes good care of herself. Kelly, you all have been involved with the Fighting Indians program for a long time. So I want you to tell us about yourself, though.
I was born and raised here, actually, and went to a few different schools here, but definitely went to Vero Beach High School and met Paul at church, actually. Family went to the same church, and we've been married for 30 years this year. We have 3 kids. They are all adults, so got 29, 28, and 26. Yes, and I do have a grandson, yes. His name is Paul. He's 18 months, probably more than that now, so he's getting big. And also, I work at Central Assembly. I'm the family life pastor at Central, and I work in many different areas, but my heart has always been with the children's ministry, so that's definitely something that is a passion of mine.
Okay, well, you are a busy lady, and I know that the kids leave and then they come home again. And they bring people with them sometimes. And you have a rambunctious 18-month-old, I think. Yeah. He is so cute. Oh, my gosh. He is adorable. I've seen him. And he will steal your heart, which I know he has. So you're busy with your church and your ministry. And that is a wonderful, wonderful calling. Football. Here we are in the finals. Awesome. 3rd game. I think our football program is amazing. And I talk about this all the time, between these awesome coaches, hard-working booster club members who do so much for these boys, feed them all the time for one thing, band members, cheerleaders, and you cannot forget our 12th man in the huddle cheering our boys on in the stands. No wonder Vero Beach High School is respected and known as a great place to be and go to school and just be a part of. So, Kelly, what is your take on this?
Well, having grown up here, it's all I know. And when I go to other communities and I recognize that we have a special community and the support we have at Vero Beach High School and how everyone steps up to help out and supports. And so it really is, many times there is a pride in that. Mm-hmm. And if you weren't born and raised here or just haven't gone to school here, you may not fully understand until you see it. It's pretty amazing. And so privileged to be a part of it.
As I interview these moms, that's one of the things they will say. They may not have gone to school here, but they'll say, oh my goodness, this is a 5-star program. And these boys, it's like a brotherhood. And it's something they don't forget. They may go off to college and play, but when they come back to Vero, they're still part of that Vero Beach Fighting Indians. And we see signs all over town, we are Vero, and that speaks volumes. So did you play sports in school or come from a sports-minded family?
I didn't actually play more organized sports. I did more rec sports with volleyball especially. But my family definitely, football has been huge in my family. And both of my brothers played football at Vero Beach High School. And so I have a lot of memories of going to the games and cheering on and all the road trips and all of that comes with it. And watching my mom cook so much food and watching it go away. So I've definitely been involved and a part of that.
So join me, Bobby Paris, at halftime for more of Women of Fighting Indians football.
All right, well, thanks for joining us here at the Citrus Bowl in Billy Living's Field. It was another win and another week to play for a state title. Vero Beach defeated the Bulldogs in round 2 to keep their season alive. Now the stakes are even higher and the challenge higher as well. The Osceola Cowboys are coming off a tough battle to make it here. A stout defense with a budding superstar running back will give our Indians the best challenge so far this season. Winner moves on to the state semifinals. Cowboys and Indians. The Friday night lights are on, and it is game time. Welcome to the 2022 FHSAA Class 4S State Championship Series, the Region Number 3 Final. Hey, Vero Nation, it's Paul Tipton along with Gary Paris, Ronnie Self, Matt Paris, Don Dexter, and Derek West here tonight. We welcome you to Fighting Indians Football. We're proud to bring you our 26th season of Indians Football presented by the GNC Miracle Mile. It has been a long time since Vero Beach has had the opportunity to get to this part of the playoffs. We'll see if they can make the most tonight, but they got a tough task in front of them. The 9-3 number 2 seed in the bracket, Osceola Cowboys, coming off a win over Treasure Coast last week, 10-7 with a score late in the fourth quarter to secure that win, has got the Cowboys here ready to play. They've got several D1 commits especially on the defensive side, and a superstar running back on the offensive side that we're going to talk about through the course of this broadcast. Vero Beach won the toss. They deferred to the second half, so they're going to kick off to the Cowboys, and they're going towards the west end of the end zone, and a fair catch inside the 30 to about the 27-yard line is where the Cowboys will get their start. Quarterback David Buggs will get most likely the start here for the Cowboys, but it's the backfield that will be where everybody's attention will be. Number 4, Tavion Swint, who's carried the ball 176 times for 1,367 yards, 19 touchdowns. 6 times this season he's rushed for over 100 yards. The Cowboys will start from their own 27, first down and 10. Buggs, he's looking to throw on first down. Passes up in the air, and it is caught. Wow, what a catch by Massey at the Vero Beach 39.
That was a fantastic catch by the 6'2" senior as he went high up and really got in between 2 defenders. He looked like one of Vondravius Jacobs' catches right there.
The leading receiver on the Cowboys, 22 catches on the season for 612 yards. Puts the Cowboys in Vero territory with 1 pass. Now Swint on the carry off the right side is on the edge to the 20, 10, 5, scored in 2 plays. The Cowboys score.
And that was a run that broke out to the right side. We lost total containment on the outside. There was nobody on the outside out there to even touch him as he bounced outside, and he was gone. The safety wasn't there. The corner wasn't there. The linebackers weren't there. He just got by. It was a good job blocking, but that was just some missed assignments.
Extra point is good, and the Cowboys, quick strike, they lead 7-0.
Since 1980, the Village Beach Market has been that local store on the beach filled with friends that always has something for everyone. And we've been Fighting Indian fans for generations. From fresh baked goods to prepared foods to chef-inspired lunches and dinners, our slogan says it best, simply better. We're online at villagebeachmarket.com.
Durfee's Heating and Cooling, a longtime friend and supporter of Christian FM. Durfee's Heating and Cooling offers air conditioning repairs, maintenance, and new installations. Family owned and operated, serving the Treasure Coast area. Durfee's Heating and Cooling, 772-971-5884.
73 yards, 2 plays. That's right, 2 plays. A pass play for 34 yards to Massey and a 38-yard run by Swint. And the Cowboys strike quickly here in the first quarter. It's a 7-0 lead. The scoring drive brought to you by McCall Insurance Agency. And Gary, wow.
That was picture perfect. You saw Swint break through tackles. I mean, you're going to have to gang tackle him. You can't just reach out and arm tackle him, and you can't lose containment on him at all. They set the tone right there. They just punched us in the mouth.
Kick is high, heading towards the sideline. Will go out of bounds. That'll be a penalty against the Cowboys.
We'll get it at the 35-yard line on that one. So field position might be pretty good here.
So Vero Beach now brings its offensive unit out, and it'll be E.J. White getting the start at quarterback. Last week, he 6 of 8 at quarterback for 100 yards and a touchdown. He carried the ball 21 times last week for 86 yards and 2 scores. Tough task ahead as the Indians are down 7-0. And already trying to shift some personnel around.
Brock Thomas
going to get the start and move into the slot. Four receiver set, twins on either side. Hillsman in the backfield. White looking to throw on first down. Looking for his receiver, and that's Woolard. It's incomplete.
Yeah, that ball was thrown a little high for Woolard there. I like the call. It was a quick out. Their corners are playing back 6-7 yards. So there's a little cushion out there if you can get there. Woolard was there, but the ball wasn't.
Hall, Paris, Batchelor, Stevens, Benitez, the front line, the offensive line of Vero Beach. That is going to be a key component tonight as they got a strong, stout defensive line to keep in check tonight. Hillsman in motion out of the backfield. Swing pass going for Hillsman, and it's low. And that will be a loss on the play as he had to go down for it.
Yeah, the freshman's struggling right now. 1 for 2, but he's actually only lost yardage on that one, so he's lost 3 yards in his passing. His first one was over the head of the receiver. That one, the receiver went to his knees to catch it.
Cowboys come out 2 plays and get on the scoreboard with 7 points. Indians now looking at a 3rd down and 12 from their 33. White trying to keep it, and he gets hit immediately. Goes down with the sack.
That was Daniel Morales who came in as a defensive end linebacker on that sack right there. You saw the quickness.
Yeah, so that's going to force a punt for Vero Beach. Perez will come out, and the Cowboys will send 2 receivers back deep.
Indians hustled out there to get the punt team in, hoping to catch them where they catch some extra men on the field.
Low snap, but Perez gets it, punts it away. High punt around the 40-yard line. A return. We'll go over about maybe 2-3 yard return and out of bounds around the 42, 43-yard line. So the Cowboys force a 3 and out on Vero, and now they have the offensive unit back out on the field, Gary.
Yeah, it was an impressive first series of pass and a run on their first series. Defense, they were impressed. They got a sack, and we had 2 air passes there. So we didn't get it off to a good start so far, Paul.
No, we did not. Four-man front for Vero Beach on first down. Swint, carry off the left side, shakes 1 tackle, hops over another defender, and picks up 11 on the carry.
Yeah, you just cannot lose containment. He just gets to the outside. Those receivers do an excellent job of blocking. We slipped on the outside. Our cornerback comes up. He slipped, and that they got buried right there, and he got a first down.
Put the ball at the Vero Beach 48-yard line. Cowboys are up 7-0 with 9:52 go first quarter. Second possession for the Cowboys. Quick pass outside is caught. And out of bounds, about a 9-yard pickup on that pass. And again, Massey with the catch.
Yeah, and again, we're playing soft corners. You got to give them the respect because you don't want to get deep. So they just ran a 6-yard hitch and picked up an extra couple yards after the catch. So that's just bam, bam. Nice job by Bugs getting the ball out there.
Picks up 9, 2nd and 1 for the Cowboys at the Vero Beach 39. Swint, handoff up the gut, shakes off a couple tackles, pushes forward for another 10 yards. And he's down around the 26-yard line, 27.
This young man is just a sophomore. He's been called already this year the best sophomore in the state of Florida. Swint, he's 5'10", 180 pounds, plays big and fast, plays downhill all the time, and he's got a second gear when it comes to running.
1st and 10. Another swing pass, right side this time. Couple blocks, and another good 6 to, well, make it about an almost 9-yard gain. This time it was Jackson on the catch.
And I tell you, Bugs is having fun out there now because he's got all day. He had a lot of protection. We did not get anybody in that backfield at all in there. And again, here's the play. They're alternating a run, pass, run, to keep us off timing.
8:32 to go first quarter. It's a 7-0 lead for Kissimmee Osceola. This time the Cowboys are going to come out with a 4-receiver set. Trips to the left side. 1st down and 10 at the 17. Bugs looking to throw. Has a receiver there. He goes down for it. Did he catch it? Yes.
Again, you saw the soft corner. All he does is going to go down and hitch. That time the throw was a little wide, but that was a great catch there. I think that was Moscow. Or I can't see the number out there. That was Moscow. Yeah. Moscow is one of the. I think he's a Florida recruit going to University of Florida.
That is correct. Actually, no, that's Jakeem Jackson that's going to Florida. Swint, he stumbled in the backfield. His knee went down. I did not hear a whistle, but I think they have him down in the backfield there, a loss on the play.
Yeah, but I'm not sure they gave that spot where he went down.
Well, his knee clearly went down.
His knee. There it is.
Yeah, they're moving it back.
3rd and long here now for the Cowboys.
Yeah, 3rd and 8. Ball at the 15-yard line of Vero Beach.
I'd like to see us get some penetration in that backfield, Paul. Get in there and disrupt Bugs' timing.
Again with 4 receivers. There was movement, and it'll be a false start penalty against Kissimmee.
And I guarantee you right there, the throw they just came out with was a wide open receiver, and I think he would have had the 1st down.
Yeah.
They're all talking back there. Vero's confused right now in the secondary, and they're all trying to get their plays. Who missed him and who missed what there on that play? That was a missed assignment.
Well, you got Dre's in there at corner right now. They're going to match him up on Massey, who's the leading receiver for the Cowboys. 3rd and 13. Bugs looking to throw, going to the corner, jump ball, and it's deflected, almost intercepted. Good job, Dre in there to knock it down, and Pollock almost got himself a pick.
Yeah, I tell you, that was a great job by Dre. Had him man-to-man, just like I think Moscow's going to cover him man-to-man tonight.
So the Cowboys are looking like they're going to try a field goal here, and Calhoun's going to come out to try what looks to be about a 37-yard field goal try.
He's got a strong leg.
Snap and the holder down. The kick is up. It looks pretty good. But no, wide right. So Vero dodges a bullet here. Holds and forces a field goal try that is missed. And so it keeps the Cowboys within reach right now. It's 7-0, and we'll take a water break with 6:23 to go first quarter.
Christian FM thanks Paris Family Chiropractic for their support. Dr. Matt Paris is a longtime resident of Vero Beach and a former quarterback for the Fighting Indians. Just like our Fighting Indians work hard for the win, Dr. Paris works hard for a patient's well-being. From proper alignment to good nutrition, Dr. Paris helps patients achieve the win. Paris Family Chiropractic. When the spine is in line, everything is fine. 299-4649 or parisfamilychiro.com.
This is Fighting Indians football on the Vero Nation Network. Brought to you by Molinari Pools. Let's join Gary Paris and the voice of the Fighting Indians, Paul Tipton.
Well, you're listening and watching the 2022 FHSAA Football State Championship game on the Vero Nation Network. Osceola, Vero Beach at the Citrus Bowl. Cowboys currently leading 7-0. 6:23 to go first quarter. Missed field goal by the Cowboys. It's going to give an opportunity now for Vero Beach. They'll start from their own 20-yard line, and looks like there was an equipment issue for one of the Cowboys.
It's knee pads. They got to be over the knee. Kids like to bring them up and tuck them under.
Do. Well, you see it in college, and now you're seeing it in the pros. So, yep, got to do it. It's not allowed in high school. Dre in motion. Keeper by White. EJ can't get away, and we'll get back to the line of scrimmage for no gain.
And he got tackled there by Morales. Morales is a defensive end. Came across is just playing havoc, creating havoc back there. That's the first time we've had a gain.
Yeah, about a half a yard. Vero's going to line up. Send two receivers wide to the right side. Dre's kind of in the backfield there. And a single receiver on the right side. Quick one to Dre. Good catch, but he's got too many shirts right there on top of him. They're tracking him.
Well, he's being played man-to-man by Mascaro. Masco. He is actually playing him tight and, really covering him. Bo Masco is a 5'11", 175-pound senior that's very intelligent. Wherever number 1 goes, you're going to see number 3 with him.
Loss on the play. It's 3rd and 13. One back in the backfield. That's Hillsman along with E.J. White. White pressured out, looking. Now he's going to run it, turns it upfield, slips, and we'll get back to the 20-yard line. So only a pickup of 3, and it's 4th down.
Yeah, he's got to keep his eyes downfield and try to find a receiver. Right now, he doesn't have those instinctive feels yet because he's a freshman for running the ball when he takes off. He doesn't have the naturalness yet. It's going to develop as he gets into the game, sees it more and more. But right there, he should have kept his eyes downfield and tried to throw a pass.
So Cowboys have 2 receivers back just on the other side of the 50. Line drive punt by Perez. Takes a big bounce at the 45 to the 50. And down shy of the 45-yard line of Vero Beach to the 46-yard line. So about a 9-yard return on the punt. And we may have a flag over on the far side, so we'll check the penalty here momentarily.
He's pointing toward Vero Beach, but I don't understand why.
Oh, the hold, I guess.
He pointed down. There we go. Yeah, the one official that originally called it pointed toward Vero Beach, and I said, nah.
It can't be.
Yeah.
So it'll be a hold against the Cowboys, and they'll march this one back. Rights to this broadcast of the state championship game in the 2022 FHSAA Class 4S Football Championship have been granted to the Vero Nation Network by the Florida High School Athletic Association, is intended solely for the enjoyment of our listening audience. Any rebroadcast, retransmission, or other use of this broadcast without the express written consent of the Florida High School Athletic Association is prohibited. So the Cowboys now, with their 3rd possession of the night, will start at their own 43-yard line. One back goes into motion. Handoff is Swint, left side. Boy, he just bulls his way for about 4 to 5 yards.
We had him a yard deep in the backfield that time and could not bring him down. That's just how strong his legs are. he runs hard and he runs forward. He doesn't look to go side to side until he breaks out.
Impressive run by this sophomore running back, who so far is living up to the hype received coming into this game. 5 carries, 63 yards so far. Pressure coming by Vero Beach. Handoff off the right side to the midfield mark, maybe to the Vero 49-yard line, and this time it's Deckel.
That's a favorable mark, in my opinion, because the play really
should have stopped, but
yeah. He's going to be short.
So they're going to give him about a 3 to 4 yard gain on that play, and it'll be a 3rd and 2 coming up.
This is where your defense got to buckle up here, man. Tighten it up and get ready to go on this play. You've got to be able to just make some strong tackles here. Now, Holland is the quarterback, a new quarterback then.
Gunnar Holland just checked in. Handoff off the right side, and Swint able to get enough and plus for a first down.
It doesn't matter who hands the ball off to him. He's good.
To the Vero Beach 44. Move the sticks.
And that's got to be frustrating for Bill Mata and Randy Bethel and those guys to see these guys control the line of scrimmage. We talked about one of the keys to the game was the line of scrimmage has got to be controlled. Whoever controls offensively and defensively has got a good shot at winning this game.
2.5 to go in the first quarter. It's a 7-0 lead. First down and 10 for the Cowboys. Swing pass left side. Good pursuit and tackle. Be a tackle for a loss. How about that play?
How about that? And I'm not sure who number 44 is. You got it on yours?
I do not.
We don't have it. Maybe we can get one of the guys but number 44 made that tackle.
That's Aiden Smith, I believe. Aiden Smith.
Oh, good job, Aiden Smith. Good job by Aiden Smith on that tackle.
Second down, 13. Swint, and he stopped this time. About a yard gain.
That was Matt Bacon coming across there making that tackle on that time, on that play.
And they'll say no gain on the play. So a good job by the Vero Beach defense. Third down, 13 coming up for the Cowboys. They're at the Vero Beach 47-yard line, leading 7-0. Trips to the right side. Looking to throw down the left sideline, and it's going to go incomplete. It was out of bounds.
And guess who was covering him? E.J. White. He made a double little hitch move like he was going to stop, and then he accelerated and went downfield. Bugs threw it down there, but E.J. went stride for stride with him all the way down the field.
Yeah, Bugs was looking for his number one target, T.J. Massey, and E.J. White with good coverage there forces the incomplete, and it's fourth down. Punt time, first punt tonight for the Cowboys. Snap is there. Boy, it looked like we could have got to him, and it's a little bit of a shank punt. Out of bounds right shy of the 25-yard line. So right at about the 27-yard line, that's where Vero Beach will get the ball for their third possession of the night.
That was the best defensive stand Vero has had tonight.
Correct.
They were the most consistent I've seen them, best tackling I've seen them so far tonight. Good coverage.
Kind of like they caught their breath there, Gary.
Yeah, they kind of woke up.
First and 10. Vero Beach bringing out trips to the left side. EJ, a quick look to the line. 10 seconds on the play clock. Only 47 seconds left in the first quarter. Looking to throw. White fires. Hits his target. He's got Brock Thomas. And Brock to the 40-yard line and an Indian first down.
He ran a hitch that time, and it was a beautiful little hitch. And he was in that open seam there in his zone coverage. He caught it and picks up about 12, 13 yards.
Our first down is we'll line up here at the 40-yard line. 30 seconds to go in the first quarter. Vero Beach with twin receivers on either side. 1st and 10. Another check to the sideline. Play clock's at 13. White looking to throw. Steps up to the pocket. Looking to fire down the ball. The ball came loose. It's picked up by Batchelor. And they'll say dead right there. You can't advance it.
They're going to say incomplete.
So they'll say an incomplete pass, which actually was probably a better thing for us. Stops the clock at 8 seconds.
I tell you what I like. I like the idea he stepped up in the pocket, but you can't take 4 seconds to throw that ball downfield with this defensive line.
So on the incomplete, it'll be 2nd down and 10. 8 seconds to go in the first quarter. Ball at the Vero 40. Trips left side. White fires, looking for that side, and he just airmails it. He was looking for Troy Smith on the far side.
Again, he threw that thing sidearm, and I think he was airing it. He felt the pressure coming up at him, and he didn't want to, nobody was open on that play.
So 2 seconds remain, first quarter, 3rd down and 10 for Vero. Hillsman lined up left side. White looking to fire. Hits his receiver, but good pursuit by the Cowboys, and nothing happening there as he had Dre on that side.
Jalen Bell was there to make that tackle. I'm telling you right now, they're doing such a great job. We did not get good blocks out there. Bell comes flying across and made that tackle as we end the first quarter.
First quarter's in the books, and it only took just a few seconds for the Cowboys to get on the board, and at the end of one, that's where we sit. Cowboys leading 7-0. We'll be back with more. This is Fighting Indians football.
WSCF Vero Beach, Christian FM.
Hi, JW from Barker Air Conditioning. These hot and humid days sure do take a toll on your air conditioning system. Barker Air Conditioning offers our ESA annual or semi-annual maintenance plans to keep things in good working order. Barker Air Conditioning, servicing Indian River County since 1959.
Jeremiah's Italian Ice loves our Vero Beach Fighting Indians. Jeremiah's offers over 40 flavors of Italian ice and 2 flavors of soft serve ice cream. The showcase of the menu is layering the 2 together for their gelati. Located off State Road 60 in the Marshalls Plaza, Jeremiah's Italian Ice. Live life to the coolest.
Welcome back to the Citrus Bowl. Billy Livings Field. It is the Region 3 final. Osceola, Vero Beach. Start of the second quarter here. Paul Tipton along with Gary Parrish says we have Vero Beach looking at a 4th down and punt time. Punt is away. Good punt. Muffed. Ball's loose. Picked up by the returner. Good pursuit now. Flag's going to come in.
A lot of times that'll be a face mask.
Yeah. But right there at the 25-yard line. So a good punt by Cameron Perez. That forced Watson to kind of have to alter where he was, and it hit right off the top of his helmet. But he was able to get the ball back, and then on the return, a penalty comes out.
And now that could be pointing. Let's just hope it goes the other way. It could be maybe a double block or block below the waist or.
Dead ball against Osceola. All right, let's go down. Matt, you got the story on that?
Yeah, it looks like the young man called fair catch, and then as he caught it, he took off and ran, which obviously you cannot do once you call fair catch. And that's what it is.
All right. So that'll put it at the 21, where it's 1st down and 10. 7-0 lead for the Cowboys. Bugs turns around, hands it off. Swint off the right side.
And it'll be another about 6-7 yard gain for Swint.
That is a play where you just kind of hand off underneath, and it's a sprint to the outside, and he's looking for his receivers and his tight end to make the block for him, and they did a halfway decent job there. They gave him 5 yards on that play.
Second down. Single receiver on either side. Handoff off the left side, and a tackle for a loss. That is Sanop on the carry.
That was Reeves, I believe, that
32, right?
Rivers, rather. Montgomery was in there, and Rivers was in there on that play, but Montgomery was the first one that made the hit.
So a third down and long, 3rd and 8 for the Cowboys. They'll send a single receiver left, 3 to the right. Play clock's at 5. Buggs looking to throw. He's got a receiver, and it almost could have been intercepted, but it's batted down by Dravius Jacobs. Playing some corner/safety out there, and able to knock that one down and force a 4th down punting situation for the Cowboys.
The big play on that was that stop and for the second down for a loss back there. That was a big play. They had a nice gain of 5 yards on the first, and when he tackled them for a loss, they lost 3 yards, and they had to throw the ball.
Serber back to punt. Well, we got it partially blocked. And it'll be down at the 45-yard line of Kissimmee.
That was Anderson, I believe.
Yeah, I believe Xbox got back there with a partial block. So Vero Beach now with some good field position. They'll spot it at the 46-yard line. All right, Gary, it's time for the offense to get it in gear here.
Well, they got Whiteley in the game now. Jake Whiteley is in the game at quarterback. And again, we're without Quincy Rogers, our number 1 running back.
So Hillsman in the backfield along with Jake Whiteley, the junior quarterback. Whiteley looking to throw. Lets it fly down the left side. Boy, there's a lot of hand checking. Yeah, here comes the flag. Yep. He was looking for Troy Smith, and tell you what, it's going to be Jakeem Jackson that's going to get called for the defensive pass interference.
Troy went right by him, and he grabbed a hold of him to keep him from getting an open touchdown. That was probably a smarter play than you'll think, because here they only give up 15 yards.
Yeah.
Or if he didn't, he might have been a touchdown.
Ball at the 31-yard line, where it'll be 1st down and 10. 10:04 to go, second quarter. Vero trailing by 7. Dre's going to line up in that backfield now with a 4-receiver set. Out of the backfield, Whiteley's got pressure, steps up in the pocket. He's got real estate to the 20, 10, and slides down around the 7-yard line. Heads-up play by Jake Whiteley, who saw an open lane and took it.
That's like the parting of the sea right there. Everybody went out to get to the receivers, and all of a sudden Jake goes, whoa, I don't see a yellow shirt out there in the middle. So he took off and picks up about 20-some-odd yards.
Picks up 36 yards on that run.
That's even better than that.
Clock's at 9:55. And it's a 1st and goal for Vero. Second 1st down of the night for the Fighting Indians. And this was a good one. They'll spot it at the 10-yard line, where it'll be 1st and goal. Twin receivers either side. Whiteley looking to swing it out. Boy, what a dangerous pass. There were 3 shirts there, and they're bracketing Dre right now.
That's about as it's like you talk about telegraphing everything. Everybody knew that Dre was going to get that ball, and how they didn't intercept it, it was just a miracle there, because there was 3 jerseys around Dre, and Dre did tip it and knocked it away.
White's going to check back in at quarterback. Dre lines up in that slot position on the right side. White looking to fire, finds Dravius, turns it upfield, pulling the Cowboy with him. Did he get there? Yes, touchdown! 10-yard catch, Vondravius Jacobs.
Unbelievable effort, a great throw to begin with. It was a great throw by E.J. White. When Vondravius caught the ball, he makes a little spin move to the outside and kept spinning to the outside and took the defender in the end zone with him.
Gets set for the extra point here by Lewis. Snap, holds down, the kick is up and down the pike, and we've got a tie ball game. 9:31 left in the second quarter. It's 7 apiece.
The Fighting Indians rely on teamwork, and so does Christian FM. One of those teammates is Scott Sporting Goods. Scott Sporting Goods features an array of sporting equipment, including clothes and shoes. They are also the ones that fit our Fighting Indians broadcast team with the Fighting Indians apparel. Located in downtown Vero Beach, 1407 20th Street. Their phone number is 778-0661. Thanks to Scott Sporting Goods.
Christian FM can put this game on the radio thanks to the support of businesses like Chuck Bateman State Farm Insurance in Vero Beach. Chuck's goal is to create an atmosphere where customers can talk about what's important to them. He's also a huge supporter of our local chapter of the Fellowship of Christian Athletes. Chuck's phone is 567-1106 or chuckbatemaninsurance.com.
All right, so a partially blocked punt put Vero Beach in pretty good field position at the 46-yard line. They go 4 plays, 46 yards, a 10-yard catch by Vondravius Jacobs. Extra points good. We're tied at 7. And that scoring drive brought to you by the McCall Insurance Agency. 9:31 to go, second quarter, and Cam Perez set to kick off. Going toward the east end of the end zone, caught at the 2, to the 5, 10, 15. Still on his feet at the 17 and out of bounds. And that's Swint on the return.
That's good coverage downfield. They stayed in their lanes really well that time to force him to go outside. That was a good job.
All right, well, the complexion of this game just changed with that score, Gary.
Well, it's a type of game that you got to be patient with it, and you got to find and make your adjustments. And again, I'm sure that Coach Pinellas has made his adjustments on it, trying to make his judgments on offense right now too.
3 receiver set this time. Handoff. Swint, left side. Pressure going. He shakes out of a tackle, though. Spins it and gets some positive yards to the 20.
Oh, my goodness. He goes from a negative 2 yards to 5 yards. 2, okay. Wow, good job by the defense. They did a good job of making him stop, reverse, and come back, and they held him to a 2-yard gain.
Swint already at 80 yards on 10 carries. Picks up 2 there, 2nd and 8. Looking to throw, Bugs, pump fake. He's got a receiver open at the 28 and down at the 32. First down.
Now, that was Jacobs out there covering him, and I'm going to tell you, that's the lack of experience of being every day, every play type of defensive back, because he can go long and do well. That receiver stopped in the zone right there, and it was a curl route, and Vondravius his reaction was a little off.
Picked up 13 on that pass and catch to the to the Cowboy 32. Swint off the right side, 40. 45, and just bulls his way out of bounds. Not shy on contact.
Now you've got to do a good job of holding your gaps And that time he was able to bounce to the outside and he did a good job. Once he sees the area that he wants to go to, he kind of kicks that second gear in.
Picks up 15 on that carry. He's at the Cowboy 48. First down and 10 for the Cowboys. We're tied at 7 with just under 8 minutes to go left in the second quarter. And they're going to get 5 free yards as Vero was looking to bring some pressure and jumped too soon.
Yeah, boy, I guess there's one way of trying to get in that backfield quick. Problem is he didn't snap it.
So the ball moves to the Vero side of the 50 to the 47-yard line. 1st and 5. Bugs, handoff to Swint. Picks up a yard or two, maybe just a yard.
And that was Campbell on a run blitz that time, right up the middle. Timed it beautiful, got in there, and held him to no gain at all.
2nd and 4 coming up now for the Cowboys. Ball at the 46-yard line. 7:20 and counting, second quarter. We're tied at 7. Winner moves on to the state semifinals. 4-down lineman for Vero Beach. Bugs looking to throw. He's got a receiver there, and it's caught by Massey. Tackled immediately, but it's still a gain and enough for a first down.
Boy, that's knowing where to go. And I'll tell you what, I'll give credit to the receiver and to Bugs on that. That's exactly knowing where that marker is. And again, we're playing soft corners because we don't want to get beat deep, and we're playing our safeties have got to stay deep to prevent any kind of play back there. So there's a lot of soft zones to find.
At the 42-yard line of Vero Beach, 1st down and 10 for the Cowboys. Swint, handoff off the right side. Quickly he gets to the 35-yard line and down to about the 33.
Once he gets into that next level, if you're not there to meet him, it's going to be a 6, 7, 8-yard run, just like that one right there. Linebackers weren't able to fill those gaps quick enough or fill that spot there at the second level.
He's got 104 yards already. We still have 6 minutes to go in the second quarter. Ball at the Vero 34-yard line for 2nd and 2 for the Cowboys. We're tied at 7. Swint off the right side of Bugs. Play action, fire, pass is caught to the 20-yard line. Jackson, the catch.
You saw, again, that was a deep throw. He sails the go route, then he turns inside, and there was a soft spot right in there, and Bugs found it.
Timeout on the field for a water break at 5:39, second quarter. We're tied at 7.
Thanks to Longevity Rehab Centers in Vero Beach and Sebastian, owned by locals whose mission is to help heal those who are hurting with a goal of getting them back to a productive life. Longevity Rehab has built a reputation of trust with their clients from the top down, offering both physical and massage therapy designed to restore, relieve, or maintain a healthy lifestyle. Blue Cross Blue Shield, Humana, Cigna, United Healthcare, Health First, Medicare, and most insurances are accepted. LongevityRehab.com.
This is Fighting Indians football on the Vero Nation Network, brought to you by Ohana Water Systems.
Citrus Bowl, Billy Livings Field. Tonight's the site for the Region 3 final. Osceola, Vero Beach. We're tied at 7, but the Cowboys are on the move. If they've nudged the ball into the red zone area, 1st down and 10 from the Vero 20. 5:35 and counting, second quarter. Bugs takes the snap. Keeper might have been, actually, no, it's a handoff. Swint off the left side, about the 16-yard line.
You know, the thing he does so well is that he runs north-south so fast, it's so strong, he will eventually will wear you out. I mean, he'll pound and pound and pound, and then he starts wearing you out on the defensive side.
17-yard line, so a 3-yard gain by Swint. Brings up 2nd and 7. Swint, right side to the 10, inside the 10 to about the 8, where it'll be 1st and goal.
He's as good a running back as I've ever seen in high school. I mean, he's that good. I never saw the kid up at Yulee that plays at the Titans right now. Him. I only saw him at Alabama every now and then, but this kid here, for the size he is, pound for pound, is as good as anybody I've seen.
They'll mark it at the 9, where it'll be 1st and goal. Twin receivers on either side. Receiver in motion towards the left side. Swint started left, cut back to the right, but picked up pretty quickly by Rojas and Bacon. And Smith, about a yard gain.
That was a design play, Paul. They designed it to make it look like he's going left. He takes a step left, cuts back to the right, and Bucky Rojas was there to make that tackle.
Cowboys now will be on the 11th play of this drive. 2nd and goal at the 8. 3:35 to go, 2nd quarter. We're tied at 7. Let's see if the Indian defense can hold or get a takeaway here. Play clock's at 3. They just get the snap off. Fire. And Pollock out there defending. Boy, the Cowboys wanted a pass interference call, and I got to say, they might be right on that one.
If he'd have thrown it, I wouldn't have griped either, because there was contact.
Yeah, there was. So it's incomplete. Clock will stop at 3:16, and it's a 3rd and goal from the 8. Cowboys taking their time. Play clock's at 5. They better hurry if they're going to get this play off. It's at 2.
They may have to call timeout.
They won't get it off. Penalty. Delay a game. Yeah, I was kind of wondering why they were taking so long.
I would have thought that Coach Pinellas would have used a timeout. He has 3 of them up there.
Yeah.
You can't take them with you when you go in.
Well, you can. You can take them with you. You just don't get to use them anymore.
They're no good.
3:14 to go, 2nd quarter. It's now back to the 13-yard line where it's 3rd and goal. Play clock at 10. Trips to the left side. And a flag's going to come in. I think we had movement. Yeah, it's a false start against the Cowboys. They're going backwards, Gare.
Yeah, those are the little things. You don't want to get behind the chains and start playing from behind the chains. Now, it most likely takes a run out of the game here, and you have to throw that ball.
Well, maybe. I mean, it's 3rd and goal.
Yeah.
They're going to be back to the 18-yard line. And, I mean, if they decide they want to go 2 downs here, they could.
Yeah.
Now they're going to take a timeout. All right, so we'll take a timeout as well. We're tied at 7. Cowboys will be looking at a 3rd and goal from the 18.
Hi, JW from Barker Air Conditioning. These hot and humid days sure do take a toll on your air conditioning system. Barker Air Conditioning offers our ESA annual or semi-annual maintenance plans to keep things in good working order. Barker Air Conditioning, servicing Indian River County since 1959.
A family business for 25 years, Total Golf Cart supports the Fighting Indians and their fans. They're the authorized club card dealer and love to assist buyers to find the golf cart that best meets their needs. They offer both new and used club cars. And Total Golf Cart also has a full service department at 1140 South US 1 in Vero Beach or at TotalGolfCart.com.
Tonight's game is sponsored by the Florida High School Athletic Association. The FHSAA is a democratic organization with a membership of more than 800 middle and senior high school all committed to ensuring that Florida student athletes can compete early. Third down, pass over the middle to Swint is incomplete. And now it's fourth down for the Cowboys. Decision time now for Coach Pinellas.
He's going to try a field goal there. Aiden Smith put a hit on the running back as he made contact with the ball. It didn't have much of a chance to stay in his hands because he hit him right under the rib cage and knocked that ball completely loose.
So earlier, the Cowboys tried a field goal and it was missed. This one, a 35-yard attempt by Calhoun. Kick is up, and it is good. Cowboys retake the lead with a 35-yard field goal, 10-7.
A septic system is only as good as the installation and maintenance. Reliable Septic is the name known along the coast for being the professionals who install and service these systems for both residential and commercial uses. They'll determine the on-site needs and design considerations for a complete wastewater treatment system thanks to Reliable Septic Service. 772-562-4242.
HBS Glass is a proud supporter of Fighting Indians Athletics and Christian FM. Since 1973, HBS Glass has served homeowners, architects, and contractors in the Vero Beach area. HBS Glass offers hurricane impact windows and doors. HBS Glass, 722 3rd Place or hbsglass.com. Thanks to HBS Glass.
12-play drive for the Cowboys. It started from their 17-yard line, ends with a 35-yard field goal by Calhoun, and the Cowboys retake the lead 10-7.
Paul, I'd like to give a shout-out to a good friend of Ronnie and I's, John Clark, who's listening to us from Savage, Minnesota.
All right. Kick, high, short. Fair catch called for by Cam Perez right around about the 32-yard line of Vero Beach.
We got guys listening to us all over the world.
Well, we do, and I didn't realize the Great Up North was being represented, but it is.
Yeah. John, a former resident of Indian River County and Vero Beach.
I guess he really didn't like nice weather and whatnot.
He has family up there. He has a grandson, and he wanted to be closer to him.
Well, those are good reasons. Maybe I'd get them to move down here. But first down and 10. Indians down by 3. White at quarterback. Rolls out to his right. Looking downfield. Fires.
Whoa.
And it's incomplete. Boy, he had some heat on that one.
He did. It went right through Jalen Bell's hands. The only guy to touch that was the defender. I thought he was going to take off and run. He turned the corner. I think he could have gotten about 7-8 yards and got out of bounds, but he chose to try to throw it through the defender's hands and tried to get it to the receiver.
So no gain. Second down and 10 on the incomplete. Clock is stopped at 2:55. Vero has all 3 timeouts.
Now we got to get some first downs. I mean, we need first downs. You need to get momentum going, and that happens when you get first downs.
White, keeper, off the left side, trying to get to the edge, and out of bounds right about at the 39-yard line. Oh, wow, they're going to put it about the 37, 8, yeah. So a third down and 3.
Big down right here, big down. Jake Whiteley comes back in at quarterback, Paul.
He'll have a 4-receiver set. Trips on the right side. Hillsman going to line up over on his left side. Whiteley from the gun. Looking. Fire. Batted at the line of scrimmage. LeBlanc got his hands on it. The 6'5" senior DN. And that is a fourth down situation. The punt unit's on its way out. .206 to go, second quarter. It's a 10-7 lead for Osceola. Perez is out to punt the ball away. Flag's going to come in, and it'll be a false start against Vero Beach, so move back 5.
I think Keyshawn Campbell got excited that time. He wanted to get downfield to tackle somebody. He just jumped the gun a little too quick.
Okay. So the receivers are around their own 35. Perez booms a big one. 30-yard line. Flag comes in. Return to the 40, 45, down the left side. Got some blocks. Will go to the end zone. But we'll check this penalty here. As Watson on the return of about 65 yards.
And that's one of those kicks you out-kick your coverage on that one. But there's got to be a penalty. There's a penalty flag probably for holding against the
Cowboys. Yeah. And that flag came in even before he caught the ball. So one side of the stadium is pretty happy. The other side of the stadium is not so happy. So if you're keeping stats on everything, the back judge back there, Gary, he threw that flag about 25 yards. Nice arm.
Yeah, and it goes from where the bag was, where he first caught it.
Well, that was right around about the 30-yard line, I believe. Now they're still walking back to the 25, 26-yard line. Okay. Okay, so that takes the points off the board, and it puts the Cowboys starting from their own 26. 1:46 to go, second quarter. Buggs looking to throw. Fires, has a receiver, and it is incomplete as Vondravius Jacobs there to bat it down.
That was a great defensive play. Again, he'll run with anybody out there. It's what's been getting him has been the guy stopping and they turn the ball. He turns in for the curl route or the cross route or the little in route, and Vondravius doesn't be able to react to it quick enough.
2nd and 10. Minute 40 to go. Buggs again, he's looking to throw. Left side, incomplete. 3rd and 10. Clock is at 1:35. Big third down here, Gare.
Big third down. You'd like to get the ball back with a little bit of time.
Buggs, he's looking to throw again. Firing it over the middle of the field. Got a receiver there. And again, Vondravius there. Bats it down. It's incomplete. This time he was looking for Masco.
Masco is his fastest athlete out there, most likely. And he just did not get past Vondravius. He just reached up, knocked it away.
(10-7). Cowboys leading. With 1:28 to go, second quarter. Vero Beach now with an opportunity here. As Woolard's going to wait back, and now Flag's going to come in.
They're going to do a delay a game or 12 men on the field, illegal substitution.
Against the Cowboys. They were trying to. So mark them back another 5 yards to the 21-yard line.
Be nice if we could block one here, wouldn't it?
Yeah, we partially blocked the last one. Waiting for the snap. There it is. Pressure coming, but the punt is away. This is a good high punt. Woolard catches it at the 45 with a fair catch. All right, Gary, we got 1:20 to go, all 3 timeouts, and we started our own 45.
Yeah, what you don't want to give here is you don't want to give a quick turnover here at all. You want to get some momentum going. You get the ball to start the second half here. It'd be nice to get some momentum going and get some rhythm by our quarterback. Our quarterbacks have not been able to find any rhythm at all tonight.
Twin receivers on either side. E.J. White at quarterback. Check to the sideline. White looking to run. Off the right side. Midfield took a big shot just shy of the first down mark. And it looks like they may give it to him.
They did. They gave him the first down when he took that hit. That was a direct hit. I mean, that was like he couldn't make a move on that one.
So pick up the tempo here. First down and 10, 1:02 and counting. Another low snap. White looking to throw. Now pressure comes, steps up in the pocket. He's going to have to run this and gets to the 40-yard line. So pick up a 5.
Vero's got 3 timeouts. You might want to take one of them now.
48 seconds. And Vero will take its first timeout. We'll step aside. Vero Beach has got a second down coming up.
Air Docs of the Treasure Coast, cooling specialists, are Fighting Indians football supporters. They know how important it is to have a cooling system that can stand up to our Florida heat. Air Docs offers a full range of cooling and heating services, including repairs, tune-ups, and systems maintenance. Online at airdocsac.com and Facebook.
Christian FM is proud to welcome a new business coming soon to beautiful downtown Vero Beach, Downtown Dipper. Downtown Dipper is a step back in time to an old school ice cream shop, serving 24 flavors of hand-scooped ice cream, a family-owned and operated ice cream shop. Downtown Dipper, opening soon. Thanks to Downtown Dipper for supporting Christian FM and the Fighting Indians.
This is Vero Beach Fighting Indians football on Christian FM. Let's join Gary Paris and the voice of the Fighting Indians, Paul Tipton.
Region 3 final. Osceola, Vero Beach at the Citrus Bowl. We are 48 seconds shy of getting to halftime. It's a 10-7 lead for the Cowboys, but Vero Beach trying to see if they can get something together here before the intermission. Second down and 5 at the Cowboy 40. White looking to throw, has to step up in the pocket, fires, has a receiver, but it in and out of his hands, and took a big shot. That was Woolard.
Yeah, he's got to give him that ball a little quicker than that. He actually could have thrown it just a hair quicker, and he threw it behind him. I think he hesitated about running. He looked like he wanted to run, then all of a sudden he decided at the last second to throw it. You got to make up your mind. You got to anticipate it and then let it go.
So it's a 3rd and 5 for Vero. 40 seconds to go before the end of the second quarter. White steps up, fires, had Dre, but he goes over his head, incomplete.
Right now, the young man is too inconsistent with getting his passes on the numbers and on the mark. You can see the adrenaline flowing there, Paul.
Yeah.
And on that play right there, again, he might have been better off to run, and instead he tried to get the ball into Vondravius Jacobs' hands, and it was thrown way behind him. So, again, it's 2 plays I thought he was going to take off and run, then decided to throw the ball. I want him to look downfield. If you're a coach, you want him to look downfield. But he's got to see the play a little bit sooner.
34 seconds to go. 4th and 5 at the Cowboy 40.
Are you surprised here?
No. Low snap. White. Off the right side. He'll run this one. Lost the ball. Scrambling around for it, and the Cowboys will get it. They were going to get it anyway. Probably on turnover on downs. So the Cowboys, Gary, will have the ball around their 45-yard line with 22 seconds to go.
That is called growing pains right there for a freshman. That is just a mistake he made. You got to secure the ball. You can't keep dancing, with it, winging it out there. You got God-given great talent, but you've got to learn how to utilize it, and that's growing pains, as I call them.
So 1st and 10 for Kissimmee. Full receiver pack. Looking to throw. Swint catches the ball to the 50, 45, and down into the Vero 40. Clock will stop on the first down at 13 seconds. And Osceola will take a timeout as well. So Cowboys, Gary, going to try to see if they can't get some points on the board here with 13 seconds to go before halftime.
Yeah, that play on a play like that, they got the ball in their best athlete's hands. They got it into Swint's hands. And again, his receivers do a great job of blocking this, out in front of him. All you have to do is give him a seam. Mm-hmm. Now, we haven't been able to do that for Jacobs tonight because they're really smothering him anywhere when he goes. He's got one guy on him all the time plus a second guy. How many passes, Don, has Jacobs caught in the first half? I don't think he's caught but two. He's got a negative 5 yards. Two catches.
And he had a 10-yard catch for a touchdown. So
yeah.
There you go. 1st down and 10 for the Cowboys. They're at the Vero Beach 40. 13 seconds to go. They're going to send trips to the left side, a single on the right. Bugs looking to throw. Pressure coming. And he's got to go down with a sack back at the Cowboy 49.
Good job, Bacon, and good job, Brown. Kizzy Brown.
And that will do it as they will let the clock roll out here. And the Indians are going to go to the locker room just down by 3. So defense again, Kesney Brown, Bacon, Montgomery, putting enough pressure on the quarterback there late here to keep the Cowboys from getting into the end zone or trying a field goal here late in the second quarter. And the Indians will go to the locker room only down by 3. Let's go down to the field. Matt's got Coach Jay.
Coach, we knew it was going to be a dogfight. Your thoughts in that first half?
Yeah, I mean, you described it well. We, we're in for it. We get the opening kickoff to start the second half. So we got to take care of the football. That last offensive possession, that was unfortunate. I thought we had a chance to get down there and do a little something, but defense stepped up again. So we got a defensive battle. We got to figure out a way to win this one.
Certainly do. Thanks, Coach. Back to you guys.
All right, thanks a lot, Matt. As we get set for our halftime show, thanks to Genesis Church of Vero Beach, featuring Women of the Fighting Indians with host Bobby Paris will be coming your way. We'll step aside. Vero Beach is down by 3 here at the half, 10-7 to Osceola. This is Fighting Indians football.
Hi, Derek West here from the Genesis Church of Vero Beach. We are proud supporters of Fighting Indians football and Vero Beach athletics. We invite you to join us this Sunday at 9:15 for our services. If you can't join us in person, please visit us online at gcvero.com. Genesis Church of Vero Beach, place of love where honest men are known and unafraid to love the hardest stone. Visit us at gcvero.com.
The Tripp family, GNC, and the Miracle Mile are crazy about the Vero Beach Fighting Indians and their fans. Joe and his staff have over 2 decades in the supplement business and know all about sports nutrition, along with vitamins, herbs, weight loss, and wellness products. GNC also offers meal replacements and testosterone support and tailors their products to meet individual needs. 562-2450.
Christian FM is proud to welcome a new business coming soon to beautiful downtown Vero Beach, Downtown Dipper. Downtown Dipper is a step back in time to an old school ice cream shop, serving 24 flavors of hand-scooped ice cream, a family-owned and operated ice cream shop. Downtown Dipper, opening soon. Thanks to Downtown Dipper for supporting Christian FM and the Fighting Indians.
Welcome to the Fighting Indians Halftime Show, brought to you by Genesis Church. Here's your host, Bobby Paris.
Welcome back for more of Fighting Indians football. This is Bobby Paris, and I have the privilege of interviewing the mom evening, I have a special guest. And although she is not the mom of a football player, she is, however, a mom and a grandmother and wife to the voice of our Fighting Indians, Paul Tipton. Welcome, Kelly, the voice behind the voice. I am privileged to have you here. Now, I know that your part in the football program now is in the communication end of it. And you all, and it's your bread and butter. So obviously it would be. So explain how you participate in the communication part of the football program.
Well, there's always somebody at the studio that helps make sure things are running. And so many times I will fill in. Our youngest daughter, Jacqueline, she's the one that usually does it week to week. But I fill in for her when she can't do it, or I'll step in when needed. And so all that entails is just making sure that everything is communicating with the stadium connection, and then also just making sure, because I can hear the live feed, and making sure that sounds really good. And that's really that part of it, because the rest of it is all on the field and in that box.
But that takes a lot. I mean, when you're back there and they have to know from you, I guess, at times when, hey, it's not coming through.
Yes.
And so it's again, communication, that's what it's all about. And you all do an amazing job. You really do. And every year, I think it gets a little stronger. And now we're on the TV thing, and that's even more fun. So, okay. Do you understand football? We talked a little bit about this, the lingo, and also, does Paul come home and talk to you about it? I know he's a big Miami fan. Bless his heart. Poor thing. No, we won't say anymore. But just tell me your football IQ.
Oh, wow. Paul will probably laugh at this part. I have a basic understanding. So I do enjoy watching football. I like to watch it live more than on TV. And Paul does come and I'll ask him actually, and he'll share different things going on with the game and that. But I have a minimal understanding. I do know this: whenever I'm watching a game and I notice something that the ref isn't, that's saying something, because
that's saying that ref's not watching, because if you noticed it, something's going on. I know that feeling, Well, it's a very busy time this time of year. I always tell the moms, they cram everything in between the beginning of school, August, and December, with the holidays and homecoming. And, it's not just, it's the Christmas and Thanksgiving and all that. So, and you've got a job and you have family at home. And how do you keep it together?
Well, I attempt to keep it together. I definitely have a habit of mapping things out to where while I may have 10 to 20 things that I'd like to get done, the practical side of me, I'll list, maybe up to 5 items that I want to complete each day. And so if I can get at least 3 of the 5, I'm doing good.
Women of Fighting Indians football will continue right after this.
Hi, Derek West here from the Genesis Church of Vero Beach. We are proud supporters of Fighting Indians football and Vero Beach athletics. We invite you to join us this Sunday at 9:15 for our services. If you can't join us in person, please visit us online at gcvero.com. Genesis Church of Vero Beach, place of love where honest men are known and unafraid to love the hardest home. Visit us at gcvero.com.
Hi, JW from Barker Air Conditioning. These hot and humid days sure do take a toll on your air conditioning system. Barker Air Conditioning offers our ESA annual or semi-annual maintenance plans to keep things in good working order. Barker Air Conditioning, servicing Indian River County since 1959.
Thanks to Longevity Rehab Centers in Vero Beach and Sebastian, owned by locals whose mission is to help heal those who are hurting with a goal of getting them back to a productive life. Longevity Rehab has built a reputation of trust with their clients from the top down, offering both physical and massage therapy designed to restore, relieve, or maintain a healthy lifestyle. Blue Cross Blue Shield, Humana, Cigna, United Healthcare, Health First, Medicare, and most insurances are accepted. LongevityRehab.com.
The Fighting Indians Halftime Show is brought to you by Genesis Church. Once again, Bobby Paris.
Welcome back. I'm Bobby Paris as we continue with Women of Fighting Indians football. This is Bobby Paris, and I have the privilege of interviewing the moms of our senior varsity players. This evening, I have a special guest, and although she is not the mom of a football player, she is, however, a mom and a grandmother and wife to the voice of our Fighting Indians, Paul Tipton. Welcome, Kelly, the voice behind the voice. Okay, you don't have children in school anymore, but we still have our priorities, like for yourself. And if you had 3 priorities, with number 1 being the most important, what would they be?
For me, at the stage in my life, because all my kids are grown, I would say 1 being my relationship with the Lord. The number 2 would be my relationship with my husband. And number 3 is my family and my close friends.
And we know if we have the Lord as number 1, those things sort of fall in place.
Yes.
And then, okay. You attended public school. What was the motivation for homeschooling your children?
Well, it started out actually, I always had a desire to do that because I just wanted them with me, but really our oldest daughter was having a hard time in school. She went to a private school and it was a good school, but she was not thriving. And we saw that. And so we decided to take a different route with her. So for 1 year, we had her homeschooling and the other 2 were in school. And then we just ended up bringing them home. And we've enjoyed every moment and never regretted that choice.
And I ask you, when you get up into high school and some of the classes become a little bit much, let's face it, chemistry, calculus, and those things. How do you deal with teaching your children those type of lessons?
Being a part of a homeschool community, you get a lot of support. And so in certain subjects that maybe were out of my realm, we could do co-ops with other families and they kind of filled in where our weak spots are. And likewise, I would do a particular subject that was more my strength. And then there's a lot of resources out there, amazing resources. And so there's so many different ways of homeschooling as well. And so but being a part of a homeschool community is really important. You get the support and the other families as well.
And I think if they want to participate in sports, they can do it in the public school. Isn't that correct? Okay. So you know what? I know your children, and it was successful for you all because they are very happy, productive adults who've gone to college. So you were successful. And I think that speaks volumes of that. What advice would you give parents today of teenagers?
Number 1, just making an effort to build your relationship with them, like really touching their heart in a way that makes them want to hear from you more. That doesn't mean that you sugarcoat everything, but that you've really spent intentional time speaking to their heart so that in those moments when they need to hear wisdom, and it really should be coming from you, that they'll be open to it, that they'll want to hear your voice over all the other voices. But that does take a lot of intentionality and ability to really just speak into their hearts in a way that no one else can.
Kelly, if you had some getaway time, just Kelly time, what would that be?
Actually, just doing absolutely nothing. I know that sounds so sad, but I want a blanket and a book. Even an audiobook is nice too, because I'd probably just fall asleep anyway. But just the ability to not worry that I am letting somebody down or not doing a task I should be, and I can just do it in peace. That would be amazing.
If you could shout out to a few people tonight, who would you shout out to?
My parents, my mom and dad. I know my dad is listening, so I definitely can speak to him, but definitely my parents. They've always been amazing and supportive. You talked about the voice that you hear, you can, and that's the thing is I still, in those moments, even at my age, I still hear certain phrases and things that my parents have said to me. And so I'm very thankful for them. So love you guys.
Kelly, it has been a privilege to talk with you. And like I said, hear from the voice behind the voice and get to know the Tipton family a little better. And even though you may be behind the scenes, this would not be nearly as successful as it is without your help and support. So as we end this, we always say, Go Fighting Indians!
Hi, Derek West here from the Genesis Church of Vero Beach. We are proud supporters of Fighting Indians football and Vero Beach athletics. We invite you to join us this Sunday at 9:15 for our services. If you can't join us in person, please visit us online at gcvero.com. Genesis Church of Vero Beach, place of love where honest men are known and unafraid to love the hardest stone. Visit us at gcvero.com.
The Tripp family, GNC, and the Miracle Mile are crazy about the Vero Beach Fighting Indians and their fans. Joe and his staff have over 2 decades in the supplement business and know all about sports nutrition, along with vitamins, herbs, weight loss, and wellness products. GNC also offers meal replacements and testosterone support and tailors their products to meet individual needs. 562-2450.
The Fighting Indians Halftime Show is brought to you by Genesis Church. Let's join Gary Paris and the voice of the Fighting Indians, Paul Tipton.
So Vero Beach, as expected, is in a battle right now with Osceola at the region final. 10-7 the score. Osceola on top thanks to a 35-yard field goal by Calhoun in the second quarter. The Cowboys go to the locker room with the lead. Let's take a look at your Durfee's Heating and Cooling first half stats for the Cowboys. They have a total of 205 yards of offense, and it is mostly on the ground thanks to Swint. 16 carries, 116 yards. Buggs is through the air, 9 of 18 for 101 yards. Massey's got 2 catches for 43. Jackson's got 3 for 21. Masco's got 1 for 4 yards. Reynolds 2 for 18, and Swint's got 1 for 15. For Vero Beach, it's a total of 76 yards of offense, 61 of it on the ground. White's got 7 carries, 25 yards. Whiteley's got 1 carry for 36 yards. Through the air, it's only 15 yards of passing tonight so far. White's 5 of 11, 15 yards, and a touchdown. Whiteley is 0 for 3. Jacobs has got 3 catches for 5 yards and a touchdown. Hillsman's got 1 for -2, and Thomas has got 1 for 12. The Indians had 4 first downs in that first half. They had 1 turnover on the fumble, and it was just 2 penalties on the night so far for Vero Beach for 10 yards. And so it's a 10-7 lead. Defensively for Vero Beach, Matthew Bacon leading the way, 5 tackles, 1 tackle for a loss and a sack. Montgomery's got 4 tackles and 1 tackle for a loss. Aiden Smith's got 1 tackle for a loss, along with Hendricks, who's got a tackle for a loss. Defensively, Gary, I think we're playing about as well as we can play. Offensively, we need a little more mustard here.
Yeah, Paul, you're right about the defense. I think the defense done a good job, and I really think this offense, we're caught in between a situation. Who's going to be the quarterback? You know, I mean, you hate to go into the 13th game of the season and have a controversy at quarterback. You know, in the first half, you had some good in both of them, a little bit of good, but I thought I saw a lot of inconsistencies, too, by both of them at times, too. So
yeah, well,
I'll be surprised. I would not be surprised if you don't see more of Jake Whiteley maybe in the second half. I'm not saying
Could
that
very well be.
Could be.
Yeah, well, we'll see. Obviously, shortly enough when we get the third quarter started here. But let's go see what the guys in the locker room have to say. And we'll start defensively first, giving up 10 points in the first half. Ronnie, what Coach Mata have to say?
Well, Coach Mata overall is happy with the way they're playing. He went over and talked a little bit about their assignments and taking the right angles. There are a couple of plays where their running back got loose, where our linebackers took bad angles and resulted in big runs. So they went over those kind of things and just, as Coach talked to them, and Matt will talk a little bit about it here in a minute, it's the little things like taking the right angle that is the difference in a good play and a bad play.
Oh, without a doubt. All right, Matt, offensively, only 7 points in the first half of play. What Coach Jay have to say?
Yeah, it was the same thing on when talking about offense. It's the details. That's what makes this offense click. This is what gets us first downs, big plays, whatever have you. It's about doing the little things, the details of the offense, which meaning if you're going to be on the outside and you're going to block, it's about going to the right hip to block. You go to the wrong hip, he blows up the play. You go to the right hip, you actually take him out of the play. It's those little things that we've got to do. On a lesser team, you can get away with it. On a better team, you have to get back to the and do those little things, the details of the offense. And if we can do that, Coach is confident we can get some first downs and we can put some points on the board.
All right, well, we'll see what happens here as we get this third quarter started here shortly, as it is a 10-7 lead. And, Gary, it's kind of funny because it's like, okay, Vero's only down by 3 points right now, but it almost feels like it's about a 2-touchdown lead.
Well, it in a way it is, in the sense that you got 76 total yards, they got 200-something total yards. That's not a formula for success when you get the ball back and you put a lot of pressure on your defense. You need to be able to get some first downs. Like I told you, sometimes getting first downs builds momentum and character with a team. And if you get in there and go three and out, then all of a sudden your defense spends a lot of time on the field. And this team here, they'll pound you. They will do a good job doing that. But you're right. We're only down 10-7. We turned the ball over in the first half there at the end. That was, again, one of those mistakes you learn from. And I just hope we come out and we're ready to play the second half, because this team is, I'm not going to say it's beatable, but they're playing, we're right there playing with them, and we're only down by 3 points. So, we got to look at it like that. Look at it from a positive side, is that we're still in the game.
Absolutely. Well, taking a look at the other playoff brackets for 4S, and it is Buchholz who's leading over Bartram Trail in the third quarter, 21-17. Riverview Sarasota is trailing to Venice at halftime, 21-7. And Lake Mineola trailing to Lakeland in the second quarter, 27-6. Bartram Trail, that, Gary, is an interesting game right now because Bartram Trail is the number one seed in their bracket, but also the number one team in the class. And the way that they do the Final Four, it'll be a reshuffling of the RPIs, and whoever has the RPI would be the number one. So right now it would be Bartram Trail, Lakeland, Vero Beach, Venice in that order. And so, if Buchholz ends up winning that game, then Bartram Trail obviously out. That kind of shifts things around. Lakeland all of a sudden becomes the number one team. If Vero wins tonight, they would actually be the number two team and could host the state semifinal.
There's a lot of ifs in there.
There is. So, we're holiday time. There's a lot of candies.
That's saying. If and buts were candy and nuts, it would be Christmas all the time. Well, so Bobby, my wife doesn't like it. She said, that just drives her crazy when I do that.
Well, I know she's probably listening online, but, she's not actually here tonight. So
hey, you know what?
You're a bachelor, so, you can get away with some of these things. I know,
but you know what? Your wife, she interviewed your wife, the voice behind the voice, and I'm going to tell you what, I've always thought Kelly was very intelligent, but I didn't realize how intelligent she really is, all the things that she can do. I mean, that was a great interview. That's a very talented woman you have.
I know that for sure, and I'm very proud to be able to call her my wife. Second half underway as the kickoff goes to Vero Beach. Fair catch called by Thomas around the 30-yard line. And that will bring the Indians out. And we'll see here as the offensive unit makes its way out.
Well, that is about as good a pooch kick you'll ever get. That thing was so high that you had to call for the fair catch.
So E.J. White at quarterback to start this third quarter. Indians are down by 3. 70 yards in front of them to see if they can get a touchdown. Offensive unit's got 4 receivers, twins on either side. White's looking to throw, fires. Woolard takes a shot and holds onto the ball
Wow, that was impressive. And I'm talking about Wooler being able to hold on to that ball after the catch.
Yeah, I mean, it's a short gain. And Paul Paris lost his helmet. He has to come off one play.
All right, so a quick change of personnel here.
That's a positive catch.
It is.
But boy,
3
what
yards.
a great tackle. I mean, their defensive backs are really, really good.
Picks up 3 to the 33-yard line. It's 2nd and 7. Keeper, EJ to the 35. And one of the Cowboys lost their helmet.
That's Walker, I believe.
Yeah, it sure is. So he'll be out for a play. All right. So about a 3rd and 5 for Vero Beach now at the 35-yard line.
Got to find a 5-yard play here, EJ.
Handoff's going to go to Hillsman, and Hillsman only 1 yard. First time tonight that Jonathan's been able to run with the ball. He's got one pass that he caught, but that is not enough for a first down, and punt unit's out on the field.
Yeah, that
Perez getting set for the punt. Snap is there. Punt is away. It's a good one.
Wow.
Booms it, sends him all the way back to the 21-yard line, and good coverage. Xbox, Elijah Anderson there, stops him after about maybe a 5-yard return.
What a punt.
42-yard punt there by Cameron Perez.
Yeah, that was a high, tight spiral, too. That was an excellent kick. Didn't accomplish what we wanted in that first series coming out. For some reason, we could not get any kind. We have not been able to get rhythm going at all with this offense.
Well, we talked about the defense. What we didn't really focus on was the secondary and how well they've been playing so far for the Cowboys. Handoff, Swint right side, turns the corner. He's at midfield and pushed out of bounds barely at the 35-yard line of Vero Beach.
Wow, because that young man got speed. I tell you what, it wasn't for Derek Williams came over and had to really ran him down and knocked him out. The bounds.
So just like that, a 34-yard gain by Swint, and they are back into Vero territory at the 37. Handoff, Swint, left side, working some blocks, picks up about another 4.
I tell you, he is a very patient runner. You ever watch him run, he'll take off, then he looks for that hole. Then he'll cut right there. He got acceleration then. Is his second move. He picks up 7 yards on that play right there.
2nd and 3. Clock at 9.5, third quarter. It's a 10-7 lead for Cowboys. Swint up the gut and dragging a defender with him inside the 20-yard line. Is Pollock on his back. Picks up 12 on that carry.
He does such a great job of running so low, you can't find him. Mm-hmm. If you're a linebacker, you're looking for number 4. You don't see him. You got to get your eyes on him quick as you can. But he is so low. He runs low, and he runs hard.
Well, Swint getting a breather is out of the ball game. Cowboys will have a 3-receiver set. And Whistle will stop this. It'll be a false start against the Cowboys. And it'll be a 1st and 15 at the 24.
Had 2 guys moving at the same time.
Score is 10-7. Cowboys are on their first possession of this third quarter after they forced a 3-and-out on Vero. At the Vero 24-yard line, it is a 1st and 15. Bugs looking to throw, going to the corner of the end zone, receiver, and what a good defensive play there.
That's
Perez.
Yes, Cameron.
Stride for stride there with Massey.
Yeah, we're used to seeing number 1 do that. They decided to stay away from him. They tested Cameron on that play right there. And Massey, who we saw catch the opening throw, he went up high, but Perez was right there with him.
2nd and 15 now for the Cowboys at the Vero 24. They'll send twin receivers on the right side, a single to the left, and back in motion to the right side. Swint, handoff, off the right tackle. Past the 20 to about the 19.
Rojas in on that tackle as he picks up about 5 yards on that play.
3rd and 10 now for the Cowboys. Most likely 2-down territory for them. And we've got one of our guys who's down on the turf right now.
I think that looks like, is that Rivers?
So one of the, Afion Rivers is the injured Indian right now. As our trainer AJ is out there checking on him right now. So Swint right now 20 carries, 173 yards on the night so far. Good to see Rivers. He's jogging his way over to the sideline. It's WSCF Vero Beach, your home for Fighting Indians football. I'm Paul Tipton along with Gary Paris, Ronnie Self, Matt Paris, Derek West, Don Dexter here tonight in Region 3 final. Osceola, Vero Beach, Cowboys leading right now 10-7 and on the move. 3rd down and 10 from the 19. Receiver in motion. Bugs looking to set up a screen underneath the Swint. Swint turns it up 15, 10, 5, touchdown. No flags. 19-yard reception for Swint. And the Cowboys extend the lead 16-7.
You know, not just getting the ball into Swint's hands, but what really looked good on that is that you see everybody blocking. They had us strung out all the way around, and we thought we had a sack. And that quarterback, I tell you what, Bugs just threw the ball beautifully to the running back, and it was off to the races.
Calhoun trying to get set for the extra point here. Kick is good. And it is 17-7. Cowboys lead in the third quarter.
Christian FM is proud to welcome a new business coming soon to beautiful downtown Vero Beach, Downtown Dipper. Downtown Dipper is a step back in time to an old school ice cream shop, serving 24 flavors of hand-scooped ice cream, a family-owned and operated ice cream shop. Downtown Dipper, opening soon. Thanks to Downtown Dipper for supporting Christian FM and the Fighting Indians.
Christian FM can put this game on the radio thanks to the support of businesses like Chuck Bateman State Farm Insurance in Vero Beach. Chuck's goal is to create an atmosphere where customers can talk about what's important to them. He's also a huge supporter of our local chapter of the Fellowship of Christian Athletes. Chuck's phone is 567-1106 or chuckbatemaninsurance.com.
71 yards and 6 plays, 19-yard reception by Tavion Swint into the end zone. Extra point good. It's a 17-7 lead for Osceola over Vero Beach with 7.5 to play third quarter. That is the McCall Insurance Agency scoring drive. Indians now looking at a deficit now that, as we said earlier, it was 10-7. It felt like it might be a 2-touchdown lead. This is now feeling like a 3-touchdown lead. Short kick. Thomas, fair catch around the 32-yard line. All right,
You're not out of it yet, Gary, but we really on this drive need to show something here positive.
Hey, you got to. You're right now. You got to figure a way of getting the ball into Vondravius's hands, and they've done a good job of smelling it out on every play. You got to get some first downs. You got to get some momentum going. Get these fans back into this game.
Yeah, the fans you hear right now are Osceola fans, not the fans we want into it. We need Vero Nation up on its feet. White steps out of the pressure, and we'll go down back to the line of scrimmage, maybe about a loss of a yard. Second down.
Got to have better, we just got to make better plays than that, Paul. That was no gain at all.
7 minutes to go, third quarter. And second down, White fires, got Dre. Dre trying to shake off a tackle, but he gets to the 35-yard line, so it's going to bring up third down and about 7.
Bo Mascal was the man that had him all the way across the field. He could not shake him, Mascal. That is how good he is. He knows that he can cover and run with Vondravius. It's a big third down. If you don't get a first down here, boy, it could be a tough night.
White trying to keep it. Shakes his feet. He's up, got a first down, but he lost the ball. And the Cowboys recover. EJ had the first down, took a shot, lost the ball, and the Cowboys recover.
Well, that's 2 direct hit tackles that he's taken on head-to-head. You've got to he got the first down. You got to secure the ball. And really he was going down, but he's got to get down. He took a direct shot. I mean, that ball popped back out of his hand. So that's 2 turnovers.
Yeah, Gary, we talked about this in our pregame show. The last 2 playoff games, we've had 0 turnovers. Tonight, 2.
Yeah, this is, even though there's 6:15 left to go here, you just don't, you feel like if they score here, then they've kind of they may put this thing away, is a feeling you have.
Yeah,
that
right.
We're not going to be able to get 3 scores. Right now we're having a hard time getting 1.
Yeah, exactly. So the ball will be at the 43-yard line of Vero Beach. Offensive unit for Kissimmee Osceola out there. Bugs and Swint in the backfield.
Now, what if I were a coach for the Cowboys? I would literally just really run the ball as much as you possibly can. Coach Pinellas may be thinking that same thing.
Handoff is Swint, left side. And, boy, he has 3 defenders on him. He's still able to push ahead for at least 2.
He got his back. He turned his back and just moved his legs and pushed the line back.
Folks, you don't understand. This is a sophomore, 5'10", 180 pounds, that is pushing these linemen. I mean, 3 linemen. I mean, you don't see that a whole lot. I know we've got a couple of stellar freshmen here, but this has just been an impressive sight to watch here tonight with Tavion Swint. Picks up 2. It's second down and 8. And Bugs thinks he sees something here. He's changing the play. He's looking to throw. Fires. And he and Massey were not on the same page. And, boy, they're lucky because if that was intercepted, that could have been an easy pick 6.
Yeah, that would have got some momentum going here.
Yeah, it would.
Now you got third down coming up, 3rd and long. You got 3rd and 8. Again, this is what we talk about, the great situations, but now you got to make plays.
Yeah.
You got to gamble here. You got to try to make a play and make them punt this ball. Defense got to come up with some kind of scheme, whether it's a blitz.
Cowboys going to have 3 receivers, 2 on the left, single to the right. It's a 3rd and 8 at the Vero 41. Blitz coming. Swint dragging defenders, but he won't have enough for a first down. He picks up about another almost 4 yards on the play, and it's going to be 4th down. Does Pinellas go for it or not? Looks like no. He's probably going to punt this ball away.
Well, he knows that he can pin Vero Beach, and Vero's offense has not shown him anything yet.
True.
So why not kick the ball down, pin him inside the 10-yard line, and let my defense do what it's been doing best.
Clock continues to roll here. 4:45 and counting left in the third quarter. 17-7 the score. Vero Beach trailing.
They got 4 in the backfield. Everybody's thinking maybe fake punt.
And it's going to be a delay of game as the play clock down at 0. So move the Cowboys back 5 yards. I'm wondering if they were thinking they could get him to jump, Gary.
Well, I didn't see that. And one of the things you do when you're 4 or 5 yards, you always get back a yard. You know what I mean? So you don't have to worry about being offside. See how Vero's...
Yeah. Snap is there. Punt is away. It's a good spiral punt. And it will take... It went past the goal line, so it will be a touchback.
Well, it
was close.
Yeah.
It was close. They almost made a spectacular play there. All right, Gary, so we go out to our 20. We've got 4:21 to go in this third quarter. You're down by 10.
Well, you're going to bring your junior quarterback in, your number 2 quarterback in the game right now, and then see what Jake Whiteley can do. And I don't expect a lot of miracles, but I do expect more consistency with the passing game now.
Whiteley's got Woolard in motion, looking to step up and fire over the middle. Boy, that was almost intercepted.
I don't think Jake saw him. I think he threw behind him. He was going right on by him. I mean, he was on a drag route across there, and Vondravius was moving.
Mm-hmm.
He didn't lay that. He laid that ball. That ball went behind him about 3 yards.
Luckily, we didn't have that one intercepted.
Yeah. I think the defenders were even surprised the ball was there.
Ball's incomplete. 2nd and 10. Vero Beach got to get a move here. Play clock's at 6. Whiteley looking to throw. Finds Dre. Dre able to catch the ball. Get a block. Turns it upfield past the 30 and a first down. There you go, GP.
And he's down. He is slow getting up.
Yeah, he is. And there goes our trainer out there to take a look.
You know, this you can only take in a championship year when the teams that have usually have won it, they've had injury free.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? You go along the whole year, you get a lot of breaks your way, but you don't get you have very few injuries, and you don't lose any of your star players or starting players. This team has lost their starting left tackle, and Vondravius is walking off the field. But they've lost their starting quarterback, their left tackle, their starting running back. Didn't dress out this week because of he got knocked out of the first half of the last game. So you're without a bunch of characters that help make this offense.
Yeah, you're right. Good to see Dre walk off the field. Look like he looks pretty good, but we'll wait and see if he checks back in the game here. First down and 10, though, off the play by Vondravius Jacobs to the 32-yard line. Play clock's at 6. If we're not careful, we're going to have to call a timeout, and we will. So Vero calls a timeout. They're down by 10, 3.5 to go, third quarter.
Christian FM thanks Paris Family Chiropractic for their support. Dr. Matt Paris is a longtime resident of Vero Beach and a former quarterback for the Fighting Indians. Just like our Fighting Indians work hard for the win, Dr. Paris works hard for a patient's well-being. From proper alignment to good nutrition, Dr. Paris helps patients achieve the win. Paris Family Chiropractic. When the spine is in line, everything is fine. 299-4649 or parisfamilychiro.com.
This is Fighting Indians football on the Vero Nation Network, brought to you by Fatland Auto Group.
Paul Tipton, Gary Paris here tonight. Region 3 final, Osceola, Vero Beach. And Vero Beach trying to see if they can convert. They got one first down here on this drive. They're looking to go another one here. It's first down and 10 at their own 32-yard line. But the Indians are trailing by 10 right now to the Cowboys, 17-7. Got 3:37 to go, third quarter.
Keenan Jabeth is in right now for Jacobs.
Jake Whiteley at quarterback from the gun. Looking to throw. Fires. Jabeth with the catch. Minimal gain. It'll be about 2 yards.
I tell you what, Mescal is what I call a football stud. He is a heck of a player. Guy loves to play the game. He knows he's good. Mm-hmm. He's fast, but he's really comfortable and confident out there. That's a defender that's covering our guys.
Rutgers commit playing corner tonight for the Cowboys. Inside 3 minutes to go in the third quarter. 2nd and 8 at the 34. Whiteley, he's letting it fly. He's got Dre, and it's just too far. Yeah, and the frustration. You see Dre frustrated, and I don't blame him.
And I'm going to tell you right now, there's not much more Whiteley could have done. I mean, he had pressure.
True.
He knew he had to let go of the ball, and he just didn't put enough air under it. He just threw it too flat and threw it harder than he needed to. He should have thrown a little more air, but it's easy for you and I to get up here and we see those things.
Sure.
And we say, hey, what? But you're down on that field.
Yeah.
That wasn't all that bad a throw.
3rd and 8. And how about now 3rd and 3?
That's a big play right there now. That makes it almost
Offsides.
2 down territory.
Yeah, you got it. Offsides against the Cowboys. Put the ball at the 39. Whiteley's going to have 3 receivers on his left, single to the right. One back in the backfield. Play clock at 10. Handoff's going to go to Hillsman off the left side. Jonathan's got some room, and he'll have an Indian first down as he gets to the 45-yard line.
Oh, that was a great block on the left side there by Paul Paris, and the center, Skylas Batchelor does a great job. He and Paul gave a hole right there for Hillsman, and he got through there and did a great job getting that first down, big first down.
2:22 in the third quarter and counting. First down and 10 for Vero. Down by 10. Twin receivers on either side. Ball at the Vero 46. Whiteley's looking to throw. Steps up, fires over the middle. Is it caught? Yes, Woolard, and they're in Cowboy territory near the 40.
Wow, that ball would have been a little happier if it had been about a 2 yard up. But he went down and made a great catch. He got his arms underneath that ball, and it was a nice catch. Wow.
This is a case where we wouldn't want instant replay.
No.
At the Cowboy 41, first down and 10. Trips to the right side. Another handoff. Hillsman shakes off one tackle, trying to get back to the line of scrimmage. He was down. He was down. The ball came out, but Jonathan was already down. They're going to spot him around the 40, maybe the 39-yard line. So it'll be about a yard and a half, almost 2-yard pickup for Jonathan. Second down for Vero.
Hey, I don't blame the defender. I'd have grabbed that too and made him change. That was LaCorey Walker come up from a cornerback.
Inside a minute to go, third quarter. Vero Beach has the ball at the Cowboy 40. 2nd and 9. Quick check to the sideline. Play clock at 10. Looking to throw. Intercepted to the 50, 40. He's gone to the house. Another 6 for the Cowboys. And that is Masco with the pick 6, I believe. Or no, excuse me. I believe that's Jakeem Jackson. $65-yard return. And,
I don't know who he was trying to throw to. There was a receiver running a kind of bend up the sideline, and I'm not sure there was nobody underneath there. And I don't know if it was a miscommunication by the quarterback or was it by the receiver.
Calhoun's kick is through. And now it's 24-7. Cowboys with the lead.
Since 1980, the Village Beach Market has been that local store on the beach filled with friends that always has something for everyone. And we've been Fighting Indian fans for generations. From fresh baked goods to prepared foods to chef-inspired lunches and dinners, our slogan says it best, simply better. We're online at villagebeachmarket.com.
Cap's Pizza and Pub, a proud sponsor of the Fighting Indians and Christian FM, serving Vero for over 35 years. Cap's offers Italian cuisine, including pizzas, strombolis, calzones, hot and cold subs, plus wings. A family-owned and operated business, John and his staff are happy to serve. Cap's Pizza and Pub, 725 27th Avenue Southwest, Vero Beach, 772-770-2277 or capspizzamenu.com.
So Jakeem Jackson for Osceola with the pick 6, 65-yard return. And the extra point is good. It's a 24-7 lead for the Cowboys with 23 seconds to go, third quarter. And not looking good for Vero Beach at the moment.
No, you're asking right now, you've got to get like 3 touchdowns to win this ball game. And that's tough to do.
Calhoun, short kick is fair caught again around the 31-yard line. All right, Gary, so you got 23 seconds in the third quarter. You still got 12 minutes for the fourth quarter. But you're down 24-7.
Well, here's the thing, Paul. Nothing's working.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not trying to pick on anybody, one player or one coach or anything, but nothing is working right now offensively for Vero Beach.
First down and 10 for Vero. Got to get a score drive here. And Whistle's going to stop play here as you got one of the Osceola players got his
Masco
doesn't have his knees covered.
Ugh.
Going to go to Dre on the side, and they were looking to see if they could capitalize with Masco out. Jackson was trying to cover him. He went on a slant inside, but the pass was just a little behind.
Well, not only that, but he recovered. Mascal came in and knocked that ball down.
No,
or rather, Jackson did. Yeah, Jackson recovered and knocked it down. Again, those are the little things that are just not falling in place.
Handoff's going to go to Hillsman. Wow, he took a big shot. He bounces up, though. Tough kid.
And that's what we've not had tonight, a running game. We've not had it consistently in our passing game. It's we knew, you and I talked about it, that this defense is really, really good.
That's the end of the third quarter. Vero Beach down 24-7. Fourth quarter comes back. We'll be looking at a 3rd down and 8. This is Fighting Indians football.
Hi, JW from Barker Air Conditioning. These hot and humid days sure do take a toll on your air conditioning system. Barker Air Conditioning offers our ESA annual or semi-annual maintenance plans to keep things in good working order. Barker Air Conditioning, servicing Indian River County since 1959.
The Fighting Indians rely on teamwork, and so does Christian FM. One of those teammates is Scott Sporting Goods. Scott Sporting Goods features an array of sporting equipment, including clothes and shoes. They are also the ones that fit our Fighting Indians broadcast team with the Fighting Indians apparel. Located in downtown Vero Beach, 1407 20th Street. Their phone number is 778-0661. Thanks to Scott Sporting Goods.
This is Vero Beach Fighting Indians football on Christian FM. Let's join Gary Paris and the voice of the Fighting Indians, Paul Tipton.
And the Indians are looking to see if they can get a first down here. They've got a 3rd and 8 that they're staring down from their own 33-yard line. Winner of this game moves on to the state semifinal match. White fires, finds Jacobs. Jacobs trying to make something. Still on his feet to the 40. And he'll be close to a first down. And they'll give it to him. So he got it. Good job.
Yeah, that was a great move and a great job. He had a couple. Brock Thomas gave him a good block over there to help move him along.
So spotted at the 41-yard line of Vero Beach. This time we're going to go with 5 receivers. EJ fires, finds Dre. Dre trying to get through some blocks and trying to make a lot happen, and there was really nothing there. He's going to lose yardage.
And see, that's kind of like a tunnel screen. You're supposed to flow through the tunnel, and I really thought Woolard had somewhat of a block, but Smith did a good job. I think he went the wrong way. I think he stays outside. I think he gets maybe 5-6 yards on the play or even more. But he goes inside. There's no help there.
Yeah. 2nd and 11. White again looking to throw. Pressure comes, and he's going to go down. John Walker, the UCF commit, gets there.
He comes off our right side. He comes off our right side on that play, and he just blew by the tackle. He just lined up and just blew right on by him, and that's a tough man to stop. He's 6'4", 300 pounds. He's quick as a cat. That's the first time we've called his name out tonight.
I mean, they've kept him in check, but now, Gary, you know, this defense knows we've been pretty much one-dimensional, but now we really are one-dimensional. Gonna let it fly, going for Jacobs down there, and he just cannot haul it in.
That ball may have been out of bounds. He may have been out of bounds anyway if he'd have caught it.
So that's going to bring up 4th down. There is a flag down.
Yeah, holding call.
Yeah, it'll be a holding
Vero.
against Vero. They'll decline that, and we'll punt this ball away. $10-17 to go. 4th quarter. Score is 24-7. Osceola on top. Perez, another booming punt. Cam sends him all the way to the 24. Return to the 30, to the 35.
yard line. That is Jenkins on the return for Osceola. And a 46-yard punt by Cam Perez, who's been punting the ball well tonight, Gary.
Yeah, he's had 2 beautiful, maybe 3 good-looking spirals maybe out there tonight, as he's done a fantastic job. It's been a tough night for the Indians. They just ran into a buzzsaw here tonight so far. They got a great running back. When you don't have your best running back, you got a freshman rely on, it makes it very tough to compete right out there right now. Coach Jankowski's trying to pull everything that he can out of his mind back there to run plays.
Bugs, it looked like a mix-up on the play. He's just going to try to run this one out and get some positive yards, and does. Now a late flag.
That's going to be an unsportsmanlike conduct.
That's hold against the Cowboys.
Yeah. I thought I saw one of our guys go down. I thought maybe somebody hit him from behind. And well, I guess it is. That's a hit in the back is like a hold.
Yeah. So they'll spot that one back to the 25-yard line. And it's a 1st and 20 now for the Cowboys.
Osceola is as good as I thought they would be. They really are. You watch film on them and everything, and I said, man, they're pretty good. They matched up. Treasure Coast matched up well with them, and that's the reason that game was 10-7.
8th penalty offensively for the Cowboys. Handoff off the right side, and I'll pick up about maybe 5-6 yards.
That was a big hit there by
It sure
somebody.
was.
And it's probably Campbell, I think, came up and stuffed him there. He picked up about 5 yards, though.
Troy Commit and Keyshawn Campbell comes up, makes a big hit. 9 minutes to go, 4th quarter. And Cowboys are content to just take as much time as they can possibly take, as the play clock is at 10 seconds. Handoff, Swint, right side. A few more yards to bring up 3rd down and long. But the Cowboys are more concerned about that clock than the yardage.
Indians have gone to a 3-man, 3-down lineman and 4 linebackers. But I think they're using Campbell sometimes as a down lineman. But it's really a 3-4 with the 4 linebackers that are in there. Rivers is in there, Pollock, Campbell, and Rojas.
3rd down and 12 at the 33-yard line for the Cowboys. Mix up on the play, and Bugs just going to let it fly. Hits his receiver, and he's going to the house. Touchdown, Moscow.
I think the problem was everybody froze.
Yeah.
I think Cameron Perez looked back in the backfield, and he saw the ball roll back, and he took his eyes off Mescal, but Bugs picks it up and just throws a strike down the field to Mescal, and it was off to the races.
A 67-yard pass from Bugs to Mescal, and it is another touchdown for the Cowboys.
You know things are going your way when a play like that happens.
Absolutely. Kick is up, and it is good. Cowboys extend the lead, 31-7.
Durfee's Heating and Cooling, a longtime friend and supporter of Christian FM. Durfee's Heating and Cooling offers air conditioning repairs, maintenance, and new installations. Family owned and operated, serving the Treasure Coast area. Durfee's Heating and Cooling, 772-971-5884.
HBS Glass is a proud supporter of Fighting Indians Athletics and Christian FM. Since 1973, HBS Glass has served homeowners, architects, and contractors in the Vero Beach area. HBS Glass offers hurricane impact windows and doors. HBS Glass, 722 3rd Place, or hbsglass.com. Thanks to HBS Glass.
65 yards, 3 plays, 67-yard pass from Buggs to Mascow, and it is a touchdown. And in case you're wondering there, yes, the original line of scrimmage was 65 yards, but a holding penalty pushed him back. And then when they got the scoring play, it was a 67-yarder. So that is a 31-7 lead now for Osceola, who at this stage is going to move on to the state semifinal matchup. More than likely, we'll check this here in just a little bit, might be Lakeland that they're going to face. Fair catch called by Cameron Perez on the kickoff. And the Vero offensive unit back out on the field. Well, Gary, we said this at the beginning that, you know, when you get to this stage, it's going to be harder. I mean, you're hoping you're playing the best teams. It's not going to be a cakewalk. And, Vero Beach just ran into a defense and an offense tonight in Osceola that just had some better opportunities and made the most of them.
Yeah, and again, when you like to go up full force when you play a team like this.
Yep. E.J. White trying to scramble and make something, and he's still on his feet. Spins out of one tackle and gets to the 35-yard line. So all that for a pickup of 2.
I'm going to tell you right now, that's amazing that I had no clue what he was trying to do.
Well, I can tell you this, Gary. I mean, in case anybody's wondering, there was an upset tonight. Buchholz upsets Bartram Trail 21-20. Lakeland is still in the lead right now over Lake Mineola, 34-6.
Well, we kind of know that feeling.
Yeah. Reverse, Woolard looking to pass. He's got White, and it's going to be intercepted. And that is going to be Bradford on the interception for Osceola. And our 4th turnover tonight. And Gary, again, I hate to overemphasize this, but round 1, round 2, no turnovers. Tonight, 4.
Yeah, and I'll tell you, a play like that, you got Woolard. And again, how many passes has he ever thrown? He needed to put a little air under that and let it come on. But that's easy for me to sit up here and say that. He's down on the field. And I'll be honest with you, he was well covered, White.
Yeah.
He was well covered. They weren't fooled by that play at all.
Osceola going to start at our 48. Swint, right side. And he'll be tackled by Campbell. Cowboy fans are wanting a horse collar.
He got the back of the jersey.
Swint has got 25 carries, 189 yards tonight. 2 catches, 34 yards, and a touchdown.
Yeah, they'll take him out. He needs the rest now. He's got a big game next week.
Pick up a 2, 2nd and 8 for the Cowboys. Handoff off the right side. And a tackle for a loss. Almost back to the original line of scrimmage here. And 3rd down and 9 coming up for the Cowboys.
They got a bunch of clean jerseys out there playing right now for the Cowboys.
Well, and rightfully so. They've played a whale of a ball game tonight. They've earned the right to get some mop-up duty here tonight, and they'll be looking forward to next week's matchup. More than likely, they might be playing Venice, if I'm not mistaken here, Gary. Holland's going to roll out to the left side or keep it on the left side to the 40, 39-yard line. And it won't be enough for 1st down. It'll be 4th down. I'm sure the Cowboys will just go for it here to keep the clock going here. Oh, no, they're actually going to send the punt unit out. Kind of surprised.
I am too. I mean, I guess what it is that you play the strategies, you play your game.
Yeah.
You let your punting team come in, and punt the ball. But you only need 2 yards. I don't think we stopped them for 2 yards tonight.
Well, yeah, we did right here, but mostly because he slipped. So the punt is away. It's a high, short one, and it'll go out of bounds right about the 17-yard line, I believe. Well, Gary, I know we got our post-game show coming up, but the season's going to come to a close here for Vero Beach in 4 minutes and 36 seconds. And, there was a lot of promise going into the season. And, we made it through the majority of the season injury-free. But, boy, by the time we got to Martin County, the injuries started to pile up.
Yeah, they did. And I'll be honest with you, Paul. We talked about that when you have a good season. When you win all your games. I can tell you when at UCF in 2017, when we went out, we won all of our games. We were undefeated. We had everybody that started the season finished the season as a team.
Yeah.
Yeah, you had some nicks, some bruises, but that's part of football too. But you didn't lose. You had your quarterbacks, you had your wide receivers, your running back, your offensive line, your defensive people, and it was a you go through a season like that. The year 1981 when Vero won the state championship, they had everybody that started the season was at the end playing. And again, you can't. It's hard to go to the third round and play when you don't have your best players.
Then very true, very, very true. First down and 10 for Vero. Whiteley going to fire over the right side. It's complete. And that's Hillsman. And Hillsman gets to about the 35-yard line. That'll be enough for a first down.
Little swing pass to the outside to Hillsman on that play.
So trips to the left side on first down and 10 at the 35-yard line.
That's a nice little swing pass out there to Hillsman.
It was.
Yeah.
It was. Whiteley again looking to throw. Fire down that right side. He's looking for Jacobs. Jacobs with a big catch to the 40-yard line of Osceola.
I tell you right now, that was a great job. Great catch there. Now, he still has Mascow out there on him. Mascow was one of those defenders right in there. That was a good throw by Jay.
And they'll hurry up. Low snap, but Whiteley, and he just has to eat that one.
And that's a bad time to have that's the first bad snap by the center all night.
Yeah, it really is. Clock's at 4 minutes and counting. Second down and long.
And these are the little things right there. That's what hurts the team. That haunts you right there because you have to try to make up that play, that distance. Now you're behind the chains 6-7 yards.
Twin receivers on either side. Whiteley's going to fire down that right side. Again, he was looking for Jacobs. Jacobs looked like he was moving towards the inside, not to the outside.
I don't have a clue. What you saw, what I saw. Yeah, the closest guy to that was the defender. I don't know if Jacobs ran a different route, miscommunicated with them.
Third down and 16. Whiteley fires right side and caught by Troy Smith. That's Gene.
Gene, yeah.
Over there, and it is at the 40-yard line. So back to the line of scrimmage and fourth down and 10.
Hey, you got to go for it here.
Possibly the final play of Vero Beach's season here on fourth down and 10 at the Cowboy 40.
Whiteley. Pressure. Tries to flip it forward as he had a defender at his feet, and it falls incomplete. Turnover on downs. So the offensive unit for Kissimmee Osceola will head back out to the field, and the defensive unit for Vero Beach out for the last 2:42 here.
Yes, I tell you, what a disappointing loss for the Indians and for Coach Jay and his staff. They've worked hard and hey, sometimes you don't match up good with certain teams. You know, it just happens.
Cowboys going to run the ball off the right side, pick up about 4 to 5 yards on the carry.
I was impressed with Swink. Swint, rather. He caught my attention. 25 carries, 189 yards. Yeah, 1 rushing touchdown and 1 receiving touchdown. That's a man.
Just a sophomore. Coach Pinellas and the Osceola Cowboys looking forward for him to play another 2 years as the run up the gut will go for about 3 yards, and it's 3rd down and 3 for the Cowboys as they just let this last 90 seconds of the ball game continue to roll here. And hopefully y'all will stick around for their post-game show. There's a lot of things we like to say, but first and foremost, I want to thank all of you for joining us each and every Friday night, whether you listen to us on the radio, online, or watch us on YouTube. We always appreciate the fact that Vero Nation is with us. Receiver in motion. It's a handoff working the left side. And it'll be very close to a first down. In fact, it will be. It will be. And that'll do it. Yeah. Yep. One more knee and it's game time. So Vero Beach will finish the season 11-2. And this loss to the Cowboys, 31-7. And the Cowboys have punched their ticket to the Final Four, along with Buchholz, who beat Bartram Trail tonight. Most likely it will be Venice and Lakeland, the other two teams in the bracket. Vero Beach's season comes to an end to the Kissimmee Osceola Cowboys, 31-7. We've got the Roy Bell Grading Services post-game show coming up. This is Fighting Indians football.
Thanks to Roy Bell Grading Services for sponsoring Fighting Indians football and the Fighting Indians post-game show. Roy Bell Grading Services is locally owned and operated, providing services to this area for over 37 years. Roy Bell Grading Services offers services such as land clearing, grading, laser grading, and complete site work.
Hi, my name is Chase Bell. My family and I support Fighting Indians football and Christian FM. Go Indians!
No job too small or too big. Roy Bell Grading Services. We roll the earth. 772-473-4559.
Hi, JW from Barker Air Conditioning. These hot and humid days sure do take a toll on your air conditioning system. Barker Air Conditioning offers our ESA annual or semi-annual maintenance plans to keep things in good working order. Barker Air Conditioning, servicing Indian River County since 1959.
The Tripp family, GNC, and the Miracle Mile are crazy about the Vero Beach Fighting Indians and their fans. Joe and his staff have over 2 decades in the supplement business and know all about sports nutrition, along with vitamins, herbs, weight loss, and wellness products. GNC also offers meal replacements and testosterone support and tailors their products to meet individual needs. 562-2450.
Welcome to the Fighting Indians postgame show, presented by Roy Bell Grading Services.
Could not overcome the Osceola Cowboys tonight. They lose 31-7. So their season now comes to an end. They finish 11-2. And now they'll have to worry about taking care of the sting of this one, Gary. It'll take a little while to get over this one.
Yeah, the Cowboys got the Indians tonight.
They did. We came into the series 1-1. We had beat the Cowboys the last time they visited this stadium in 2020. We had, but this was a different Cowboys team as much as this is a different Indians team. And Vero Beach, though, we started the season thinking, wow, we got some talent on this field and on both sides of the ball. And maybe we could make a deep run. We did. We got to the third round. There's 5 games that have to be played if you want to make it to the state championship game. You got to 3. And, as you expect, each week it gets a little harder with the teams that you're going to face. And for Vero Beach, they just found a team that was just a nightmare to match up against. They have an excellent running back. They have a great defense. And I'm not trying to make excuses for our team, but we did not have our full arsenal of talent tonight, and it showed. We just did not have what we normally were accustomed to seeing on the field, and, heck of a job by our coaching staff for the last couple of weeks to be able to get through those games, not having the full arsenal of talent. But this team was just too much to overcome, Gary.
You're right. I mean, this was a really kind of an off week in a way. We had a lot of rain. Mm-hmm. It rained on Sunday, Monday, Tuesday. We had 6 inches of rain that bombarded our coast, and the field actually wasn't as bad as I thought it would be. But the problem was practices.
Yeah.
They had to get practices in, and the good people out at the Jackie Robinson Center allowed the Indians to come out and go into their indoor facility out there, which was, when it was pouring down rain, you got a chance to go inside and to get some practice in, even though it's only like a 60-yard field. But it was able to, and we thank them for that. But again, it's not your routine. It's not the same. You just couldn't get. Then you find out that your running back is not going to play tonight. Your number one running back, he comes in with around close to 660 yards of running that we could have used tonight, but he doesn't play. And we lost our starting quarterback 3 or 4 weeks ago, and he broke a thumb. I mean, that's the casualties of war. Then you lose your best lineman, your right tackle, Dalton Jordan. You lose him, and to a sternum injury, and he's out. So
right.
It's just the little things like that you try to piece this.
I'm not sure they're little. I think
they're big.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're right. And again, you get to the third round. People say, well, Vero, whatever. Naysayers may say what they want to. You've got to have a full arsenal or more to beat a team like Osceola. They came in here ready to play. They're healthy. They're peaking at the right time. I'm not sure that when we played Palmetto, that might have been the best game we played all year.
Possibly, or Treasure Coast.
Or Treasure Coast. I was going to say, one of those 2 games, I really thought that we would really come together, but then all of a sudden we lose players. And when you start losing key factors, you don't realize that, your whole offense sometimes changes. Your whole defense sometimes changes. But tonight, that was a very good team. Congratulations to Coach Pinellas and his team. They won. They beat us.
Absolutely.
It wasn't
100%.
Like, even though we had 4 turnovers, and it was a tough loss because of that. And you'd like to finish on a positive something. Even if you're going to lose, I don't like losing 31-7.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? If I lost the game, I like to lose it close where at least we had a chance. we never had a chance in this game to make it a game.
No, we talked about it when it was 10-7. It just had a feel of like you were down by 2 touchdowns, and then when it became 17-7, it really started to feel like, man, this is an uphill battle. I don't think we can get to.
Yeah, we didn't get. We had the ball with 1 minute and 20 some odd seconds left to go in the second quarter, down 10-7. We're thinking, okay, if we can get some momentum here, get a few first downs, maybe go out and kick a field goal or something,
right,
tie the game up, because we get the ball to start the second half. Well, we don't. We go 3 in and 3 out, 3 in and 3 we're punting. I mean, that's. I mean, you look at our series throughout the night, and again, it just. I really thought the offensive line did not play that bad.
I agree, Gary. I mean, we were talking about this at halftime. It was like, well, I know we really haven't called those defensive linemen names a whole lot. I mean, they were putting some pressure on there. Some of the times, Gary, I started to wonder if our quarterbacks had already had it in their head that pressure was coming and maybe bailed a little early.
Good observation. You're right. I think it was. You got a young man. Jake Whiteley is a junior, but he's really when it comes like a sophomore. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because he didn't get a lot of reps in with last year's quarterbacks, and he hasn't get a lot of reps in when Tyler was out there. Tyler Aronson was out there. So I mean, it was like you had young quarterbacks. Both the freshman and both the junior were young quarterbacks. And they just lack the experience that it takes to run this kind of an offense. And they had some bright moments during this final run down here, but tonight it just wasn't there.
No, it wasn't. So let me give you the final tale of the tape here. For Osceola, they finished with a combined 382 yards of offense. They obviously scored 31 points. 6 of those came from a pick six. On the ground tonight, it was 195 yards. Swint finishes 25, 189 yards, and a touchdown. Buggs was 11 of 21 through the air for 187 yards and a touchdown. Leading receiver tonight, well, actually a little bit of a tie. Well, no, Jackson had 3 for 21, but Massey had 2 for 43. Masco had 2 for 71. Of course, one of those was a big play of 65 or 67 yards. So 14 first downs tonight for the Cowboys. They had, 11 penalties tonight. And for Vero Beach, it's a total of 164 yards of offense, 66 of it on the ground tonight. White had 12 carries for 25 yards. 98 yards through the air. White was 9 of 16 for 22 yards. Whiteley was 6 of 12 for 71 yards. And Willard was 0 for 1 with the interception. Jacobs tonight finishes 8 catches, 51 yards, and a touchdown. We were trying to keep track. You know, he was at 1,400 and I think 82 yards or something like that. And he was also, I think, 6 passes shy of getting over 100. So he got 100 receptions on the season, but he did not get to any of those landmark historic records that we've seen with McGriff, who had 110 catches a few years back. You also had Mike Smith and McGriff, who had 23 touchdowns in a single season. He didn't get to that either. And then as far as yardage goes, it was D. Harris who had that mark with 1,582. He comes up a little shy of that one as well. But what a remarkable player Vondravius Jacobs has been for Vero Beach. Boy, he really saved our bacon in a few games this season.
He did.
He's going to be a great asset to Florida State, and wish him all the best. I know this has got to be a real disappointment. A lot of these guys, Keyshawn Campbell, Kesney Brown, those guys were really looking. Paul Paris, all your seniors were thinking about, making a really big run here. And the way the season started with the talent that we saw, we thought anything was possible. But again, third round of the playoffs is nothing to be ashamed of. Losing in the third round at all.
No.
And my hat goes off to this team, to this coaching staff, and what a remarkable job they have done, Gary. And I know that it's a little special for you, a little mixed emotions because that's your grandson that you know his football career at Vero Beach High School has come to a close.
Yeah, it has, and I wish him the best, and he's done a good job out there, and I'm proud of him, and I'm proud of all the kids. I mean, a lot of these kids I coached on the JV, and a lot of them over the years I've gotten to know. And I'm proud of them. I'm proud of the fact that they came out here and they paid the dues during hot practices during the summer, and then in the early fall when it's August and September and it's 90 some odd degrees, you're cooking. But the kids stayed in with it. They did a good job, and I'm proud of Lenny Jankowski as a coach. He is. He's probably one of the finest technicians I've ever seen to run a high school, and he could literally be a great college coordinator or head coach. He's a good CEO. He takes care of all the little detailed things, and again, we're lucky to have him and his staff at Vero Beach High School, and I mean that sincerely. And I wish this next year's team is the guys that are coming back and the guys that we may get. I wish them best. You and I both have enjoyed over the years broadcasting these games. I'm blessed because I work with one of the best high school voice play-by-play guys I've ever heard or around. You're as good as many colleges.
Thank you.
I got my son is on the sideline, or he fills in for me. I'm blessed with that. My wife does a great job at halftime shows, and I'm blessed for that. And
don't forget your brother-in-law.
And my brother-in-law, who does the sideline too on defense. Yeah, I had to throw him in there, didn't I? I would have been in trouble if I hadn't.
Yeah, big time.
But I feel very blessed, and this is like a good Thanksgiving. And I tell you what, I've gotten to enjoy my preacher more because he's an avid football fan, and Derek's done a great job of just doing the little things we've asked him to do, fill in when he needs to.
Absolutely, and he just handed me some of the defensive stats for tonight. Matthew Bacon finished with 7 tackles, 1 tackle for a loss and a sack. Keyshawn Campbell, 6 tackles. Antoine Montgomery, 6 tackles and 1 tackle for a loss tonight. So, and it's always this is a hard time because in a moment the season is over with, and in the end, only one team gets to finish with a win on the season. That's it, one team. And we wish the Cowboys the best of luck as they enter into next week's matchup with whomever they're going to face in the Final Four. We want to thank you, Vero Nation, for joining us each and every Friday night. Sometimes
Thank you, guys.
A Saturday night, and or sometimes a Monday night. It's been a lot of fun. We certainly enjoy doing this and doing the Coach's Corner this year that we did this year. It's been a lot of fun. We thank you for supporting us in the way that you do. And we want to thank all of our sponsors as well. We couldn't do it without you. It takes a lot of support, both financially and through just your willingness to join in with us each and every Friday night. So thank you for that. And I certainly want to thank our video crew. Starts with Jay Kendall, our video director, Devin Ingram, who was not here tonight, but he's been a part of the team. Keegan Ingram as well. Kenneth Loans, Ian Salvatore, all those guys do such a phenomenal job of making sure that the video is about the best it can be for a high school broadcast. And I know sometimes it gets a little crazy with some of the technology, but we try to do the best we can with what we've got. And those guys do a phenomenal job of bringing it to you each and Friday night. I got to thank Kevin Boslaw, who keeps us straight here with all the stuff behind the scenes. And then, of course, the studio technicians, whether that is Jacqueline Tipton or my wife, Kelly Tipton at times, them just getting us on the air. That we appreciate that as well. Got to thank Matt Paris, Ronnie Self, Derek West, Don Dexter keeps us straight with all the stats. And, of course, having my brother in arms here, Gary Paris, who is one of the hardest working guys. I don't know anybody retired that works harder than he does. He works to get ready for 2 games every week, one for high school and one for college. And he's got another game tomorrow. You got to go over to Tampa to take South Florida on.
Got to do it.
Yeah.
We got to beat them.
Yep. So our 26th season of covering Fighting Indians football has been a fun time, and we appreciate you joining us here each and every Friday night. And as the season comes to a close, we wish you a happy Thanksgiving. We didn't even get to talk about that. We certainly wish you a Merry Christmas, Happy New Year. I know there'll be questions about basketball and what are we going to do with that. We'll make some announcements about that as we get into December. Gary and I are probably going to get our brains straight for a few weeks, and then we'll start talking about basketball. We want to thank our executive producer of Christian FM Sports and Vero Nation Network. That is John Hamilton. We want to thank Scott Sporting Goods for always supplying us with our game shirts. We want to thank you for joining us each and every Friday night. And on behalf of all of the crew here at Vero Nation Network, good night, God bless, and as always, go Indians.